I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool. I'm not a fool.
From America. I got from London. I came from Unago. So we give God the glory. I see now when I say book about where I extend my life.
Yes.
I say he said through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
November 14, 2025. I feel you. I forgot what I give for me. What I give for me.
Amen.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Some people say I said the boy is a fool. And what I meant was this. You cannot be carrying out an illegal order. That's what I meant. I didn't say military a fool. I couldn't have said that. I couldn't have. I know the role of the military. The role they have been playing in this country. What they have passed through in fighting insurgents and terrorists. There's nobody. And I have always given my support to security agencies. As I came as FCT minister, go and see their security minister. Go and see what I provided for them to fight and do their work. So if I know that, why would I say it? It's not true. But you, what you are doing, you are not doing what you are taught as an officer. The mere fact you are an officer does not mean that if you do what is wrong, it's like a professor in the university who will not allow young girls to rest, or will not allow people every time bring money for this and that. Then when I see that professor, I will tell that professor, you're not supposed to be a professor at all. Even those who tell you a professor, the question, how did they give you? Because you are carrying out something that's not expected of you. Not expected of you. So I hope you will report us well. You won't go and cut off what part of what I said and join it on another wood.
What is it? The uniform is not about who is wearing it. The uniform represents the authority of the state. Whether it's a small boy or not, it is the authority of the state. It's even worse when it is a commission officer who has a presidential commission. And so when you make such disparaging comments, you have desecrated the oath. You have desecrated the oath. What you have told the commander-in-chief and the authority that invested that position on him is that they are fools. So it is wrong. And I think that for the media, it is not about, in any case, law has two ends. For those, we also studied law. I'm not learned, but then in military law, we also taught that for you to be able to establish a crime, there are two elements: actus reus and mens rea. Actus reus, meaning that, was this thing done? Is there something that was done? And then the mens rea, what is the intention behind it? So when a son says that the minister has authority over land, and it's not the duty of a soldier, that is not the issue. Now, if you have any reason to believe that what the young man is doing, there is a channel. That's the rule of law. So you desecrating the oath, it has not. So this is what you, the media, must try to highlight. I know that over the years, we have lost our educational traction. Civics that ought to be taught, these are things that primary school pupils, secondary school pupils ought to know, that even adults don't know anymore. The whole essence of contracts, all right, the compact that you have with the states, that every individual has ceded his rights to the state, is because of things like this. So that we will not, at April 29, take laws into our hand. It is not a jungle. So if the state has, designated certain establishment and they get them a uniform for you to be able to easily recognize them. Because today now, am I the CDS? I'm not CDS. Look at what I'm wearing. But assuming I was wearing uniform today, it's a different matter entirely. The officer that's in question, if you see him tomorrow wearing uniform, you wearing mufti, you will not see him. So what distinguishes the police, the military, and other agencies is the uniform. And so we should respect and honor the uniform. And that's what we should tell our children. That every Nigerian, when you see them, are they doing what is right? They may not be doing what is right. But then it is not your duty to now lay your hands on them. So otherwise, we're in a jungle. That's exactly what's happening. That counterterrorism has become a ding-dong thing. If you go to social media, nobody knows what is right and what is wrong. What was done with good intention is misinterpreted because of sins like that. And that's why I thought that since we're talking about media, terrorism, and national security, addressing the complexities, this is a part and parcel of the complexities that will give a wrong impression to those. Tomorrow, people will now think that when you see a military man, you should slap him. This is a jungle. Even police, why will you do that to a policeman? Me, as a general, I can't slap my soldier. I can't touch him. I can't use my hand on him. If I do that, either I apologize to him or I will be disciplined. The same thing across the world. Don't you see, even when police is brutalizing a citizen in US, trying to strangle, all the people around, do they go to hole? No. Because they respect the uniform. But is he misusing the uniform? Yes. Will he be dead to it? Yes. So let us get the distinction. I thought that it would be a good opportunity to see. So as I conclude, what I need us to take away is that we were reminded yesterday that as editors of the media, we are the last man standing. But then, because we are dealing with national security issues, you as last man standing, you do not have the sword to protect you. So if the first man, the second man, and third man are all dead, what becomes of you? So note that.
To lose, say painful, and but to some others who put in everything that they had in the process to unseat Soludo, and they crisscrossed one of them, for example, who put in everything, organized, had his photo, even though it wasn't on the ballot, had his picture for the billboards all over the state. Just the same way, the late Dim Odumegwu raised his hand and asked the Anambra to vote. He thought that he would also come and raise somebody's hand and to unseat Soludo. You could touch the bitterness, you could touch. He came, organized rallies, marched through streets, went on community tours. I even saw the video where he was pleading with his own community not to let him down at the election. And the election came. He saw something that he never ever imagined in his life. But somebody who can't imagine it sits down sulking after failing absently. And
your candidate, Dr. George Moore.
Well, for me, yes, you're right. I'm a member of Labour Party, and I support the Labour Party candidate. But quite frankly, everybody that is involved with this election is my brothers, my sisters, and everything. I'm not in ballot. I've been governor 13 years ago, so I'm not in this. I'm strictly in Champions League of Nigerian politics and contesting to be president of Nigeria. So for people who are in first division, I wish them well. And I'm sure they will do very well. Whoever wins, let him serve the people. Nigerian
for what God is doing. I'm begging you in the name of Jesus Christ. I've just received a provocable news that this grave that 27 people are lying on this grave, and by God's grace we are going to build this grave. It's yet to be built because people are still mourning, people are still in trauma, so we allow people to subside in their pain so that we come one day, we'll rebuild this monument, and the name of the people that have been destroyed, killed, together with children, we all label it out as that of Dogona Hawa. My fellow brothers, as I'm here, people were crying. Why should Sheikh Gumi open his mouth and say it was an empty corpse? All Nigerian lawyers, I'm begging you in the name of Jesus Christ, those that have the heart of Christ, the Son, we are going to sue Sheikh Gumi, and this place, they are going to guide it. I've told the security, the youths, all the youths, make sure you guide it, because Fulani terrorists are still coming back to come and remove the corpse, so that to prove to their sheikh that it was an empty corpse. So another one has been raised. All Birom youth should be on red alert. War is on ground already. Sheikh Gumi has said war. We are in pain, but he has more pain to us. 27 people are on the ground, and he's saying it's an empty cross. Director of SSS, the GOC, Chief of Staff. Let me tell you, if all of you are not terrorists, you will all be present here. The youth, we are ever ready. We are going to dig the graves. World press camera should come to this place. We are ready to remove the corpse before the eyes of anybody. I will open the coffin one after the other. World press, send your press to this place. American press, Canada, I'm begging you. World press, Al Jazeera, I'm begging you, come to this place. Fox News, come. Let us dig, because Sheikh Gumi says it's an empty grave. We are not a religion of liars. Christianity doesn't lie. They know.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Janaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my
going
time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to manage them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, November the 15th, 2025. We're coming to you live from New York City. It's a wonderful day here. I hope it's wonderful where you are. Thank you for joining us. We are going to do what we do every Saturday. which is to look at the stories in the news, analyze them, and see if we can understand why things are the way they are. And hopefully we'll come up with solutions to part of the issues in the news, and give ourselves opportunity to talk about these things. And I thank you all for joining us. Today in the news, we have, as always, actors, political actors across the world who are making the headlines. So one of them is Nigeria's Minister for the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, who confronted an army officer, a naval officer, Yerima, over land in Abuja. And, there's aftermath of that issue, and now we are questioning whether what we saw was actually what happened, because Wike told us that he didn't say what he said. So we're going to talk about that. On a more serious note, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of Nigeria, is again borrowing money domestically after promising us that he's not going to borrow money anymore from domestic institutions. He said that after they announced that they made more money, revenues more than they expected in August. I believe they made their projection for the year, but now he's going to borrow another 1.15 trillion, already approved by the Senate, which is interesting because this week Yousouff told us there was a plot to impeach Senate President Akpabio, but that was discovered, and we'll talk on that, what it means. Also, Ike Ekweremadu, most of you may have forgotten about him, former Deputy Senate President. There's a move now by the President, Bola Tinubu, to bring him back to finish his prison term in Nigeria instead of UK. So we talk about why is he interested in bringing back Ekweremadu. Some people are saying that it's part of the plan for the election 2027. Maybe the government is thinking that bringing back Ike Ekweremadu, it will appeal to Igbo people to vote for him. So we touched on that. Talking about sports, the Super Eagles. I know this, so people should not laugh at me. The Super Eagles, they won. They defeated, I believe, Gabon 4-1 on their way to seeing if they can make it to the World Cup. So there will be another game next weekend, I believe, or this weekend. Don't take my word for that. We get people who know these things to come and tell us what that means. We are trying to make our way through a playoff. I think it's playoffs, to get into the World Cup. So that will be an interesting conversation. Back to the United States, which is where there is there's been what is called now shutdown. That the longest shutdown in U.S. history just ended, and the government is getting back in opened across the country. But also, Jeffrey Epstein, the file is still something that is refusing to go away. And this week there were emails of Jeffrey released where he mentioned President Trump and talked about Trump knowing everything about the girls and Trump spending time with the girls. So this is something that has refused to die, and we don't know how it's going to end. Going by history and what happened to past scandals, presidential scandals, this one looks like is going to keep growing until something happens. Either they release the whole information for the American people. More than 77, I think the figure, opinion polls are saying 77% to 89% of Americans are insisting that they want to know what happened. So that's something that we are watching, and we hope that also Nigerians are paying attention, because there are characters in Nigeria who are also behaving in like manners. Some people have suggested that Senator Ned Nwoko and his activities in recent times resemble that of Jeffrey Epstein. So we will touch on that and so many other issues in the news. Again, thank you so much for joining us. If you are in the studio and you want to be part of the conversation, turn on your camera. We will bring you in. And those on the comment section, thank you so much for joining us. If you're watching, can you please like, share this broadcast so that more people will see it. We appreciate all of you. We appreciate your time. Being here every Saturday, we don't take it for granted. You could be anywhere else, but you decided to join us, and we are grateful. All right, Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. And I wonder, any day I come in and you are not here, I may panic that the world is coming to an end. You know, you're a fixture now. That every day I see you when I open the studio. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, the Roman Catholic said, "As it was in the beginning, so shall it be. Life, world without end." Amen.
Yes. So let me ask you, anything you are following, any story that is of interest to you to this last week?
Yes, in Benin City, the Oba's palace seemed to be having some misunderstanding with the former governor Obaseki over the Museum of West African Art, where the artifacts should be kept and things of that nature. That is what is disturbing, should I say, a section of the people of Edo State at the moment.
I saw that. Nigeria's. I don't know who built it, but they spent a lot of money in that project. I think I saw something like $20 million or $50 million.
Yeah, what is happening is that the artifacts they brought, they are in the Oba's palace, secured. Now, where should they be kept? The Oba is of the opinion that they should build a royal palace. I can't remember what they called it. While Obaseki and his people, they went abroad, collected money from the different goodwill organizations, and they built Edo Museum. The Oba seemed not to be happy because they sort of deceived his son, the heir apparent to the throne, to be part of that other program, different from the Royal Museum. So the Oba is not happy about it. Anyway, I don't know the details of what is going on, so I will not be able to make any categorical statement.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for bringing that up. You know, all over the world or across Africa, the issue of returned loots, it's been a question of who keeps it when it comes back, especially when it was, they were taken before the country was established in most cases, like the Benin case. Is it the government that owns it or is it going to the palace?
Well, officially or technically, the federal government is government to government transaction. But the federal government of Muhammadu Buhari has agreed that the artifacts should be returned to where they were taken, because during the Benin Empire, the Oba's palace was the administrative headquarters of the empire. So actually the artifacts are there at the moment. There's no dispute about that. But certain things went wrong. I don't know the details, so I don't want to comment on.
Yeah, can I jump in there quickly, if you don't mind?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. James. Good morning, Uncle James.
Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Damadi and other panelists. My greetings to our esteemed audience across the globe. What happened in Edo State is a show of shame. You know, we have a situation where democracy and absolute monarchy clash, and the umpire, the illiterate governor, we have an illiterate governor who does not know the difference between democracy and monarchy. You know, there is no ambiguity about what happened. When they were fighting for the return of the artifact, the people returning the artifact were concerned about the protection of the artifact. They didn't want them to go back to, but along the line, the palace was of the opinion that returned to the palace. So Buhari intervened. It was even gazetted that they should be rightly given to the palace. They're already there. Most of the ones that have been returned by German British authorities are already in the palace. So there is a difference between the Royal Benin Museum and Museum of West Africa Arts, which is the bone of contention. So the Museum of Royal of West Africa Arts was built through donors, through donation from donors from German and British authority, another with a little donation from the contribution from the state government. So now the Obaseki is gone. The one we have right now, everything he knows is about politics. How he will give Tinubu 3.5 million votes. In fact, he has not spent the first week he resumed. He started campaigning for Tinubu. He would do anything, even if it means standing a door off for his own return for second tenure. He would do it. In fact, he doesn't know. He cannot differentiate his right from his left. So he was caught between whether to give the artifacts have been given to the palace. So the Museum of West Africa was originally supposed to be a dome museum of West Africa, but the donors had a change of mind along the line to give it a broader perspective. They were not dealing with Benin this time around. They changed the name from a dome museum of West Africa to Museum of West Africa Art. So along the line, the palace is not comfortable with getting the artifact alone. He feels the museum built by donors should have been given to him in addition to the artifact. So that is the bone of contention. Let nobody cajole you into unnecessary politics. That is the politics of bitterness and acrimony. Take it too far. In fact, to make things worse, they sponsored non-state actors to attack diplomats that were seated in the museum for an exhibition. It was a show of shame. It was disgusting, very, very appalling, to say the least. I rest it there. If I have opportunity, I will add more.
All right, thank you so much, comrade. I didn't know this detail. Let me go to another Bini subject. Ovie.
I am not a subject. It's just, even as the name signifies, Ovie means a king.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
part of the Oriva royal family. So.
Okay. All right.
And I think Dr. Damage, on behalf of the Edo people that come to this platform, I think we deserve a day for this topic, right? Because it speaks to what being Nigerian is. I will need your help here. I think in this fall apart, there's where Okonkwo Abi they come to surprise. Why is it that our people are not listening to the Igbo man, as if saying that our own gods are not good, our own way of life are not good, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what I just heard.
You're right.
You can't steal my civilization. You can't steal from my house. In returning it, they tell me how to do them, where to keep them. What an audacity! What an insult! Now, if you can't thief them, the only reason why you thief them because you know we replicate them. Over 200 years later, they know if we replicate them. If to say that if we do them, therefore don't replicate them. So people who do them, are they stupid? Do you know what goes into that? It's not just an artifact. That is a whole civilization. That's why they know if we replicate them. Then you can't tell me, can't decide how to do and where. I mean, just think out. The fact that I am having these altercations, I mean, it behoves me. What are you talking about? You have lost the right to even have a word.
But hold on, Ovie, hold on. Did you hear what Comrade Omori said?
That is what he started with. That's why I say he has already lost the conversation. He lost the right to even contribute to the conversation.
Okay, let me go through what he said. I will be sure that we had the same thing. That people from Edo, even the government, went to donors and said, give us money. So that I don't want to say what I know, because there are some things I also know about this, because this is what I teach, a part of it in school. But they went to the donors and said, give us money. We want to build somewhere to preserve these things when you return it to them. Because
Dr. Dameji,
hold on
now, Dr. Dameji.
This is not the
you started by telling me that I am a subject. So in this case, now we be the source.
I thought everybody is the subject of the
okay, so now we be the source.
Yeah.
So anything we hear come from us. So you
Okay.
you don't need to explain anything to me. I'm saying that once you can't steal from me, you have lost the rights to.
Okay, that's not the point.
Hold on, but Dr. Dameji, please.
I'm trying to
see. Hold on. No, you are trying to control the narrative. That is
no,
Genesis. No. Hold on now. Let me finish. If you allow me land, I will answer your question. You are talking about, you say some people go approach. Who are those people? Obaseki used the Edo people's name to go out to solicit for donor. We send them. Why we go to ask for donor for people who can speak for us? So they are not saying that some people put name to it. Obaseki was the leader that went to Europe and solicited for to come and build museum. Who sent them? So people like us that oppose Obaseki, we know why. So it has nothing to do. So no, don't start the narrative of where it go suit you or suit anybody. No, you have to start from the beginning. What is the source of the conversion? Is the artifact. What then? Because it's an history unfold. So that is what we are going to tell our unborn generation. So nobody should actually try to rewrite our history. The beginning of it is that artifact. What happened? They can't find. That is the beginning of the story. Anything outside that a lie. So person we can't see from you go with a beggar. Just think and first. This is 2025. No. We can't just be watched. They tell our own story with our own help. No. It's not possible. The same thing that happened for my village today. That's why I'm in this spirit. An injustice that started over 120 years ago had just trying to be traced back because of things like this. Now see about the kingship. So we have a source. We are coming from somewhere. Mark Twain said, the older I get, the smarter my father becomes. Our people are not stupid. Those that came before us. If we are so smart, why we never replicate what they don't do? So there's more to this than just to say some people know. So it's a sacrilege. So unheard of for you to say you make I tell you say some people go with us say we no go fit protect them. Are you stupid? No, we build them. What do you mean we cannot protect it? You came gun blazing before you were able to assess that thing.
All right, thank you.
Every other thing they say everything is not politics. Now they build politics on top of.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Dr. Dameji, if I go out of character.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
This is personal.
It's all right. It's all right. So it's funny because we watch documentaries in my class where we show it's not just in Benin, it's not just in Nigeria, in Cameroon, in all of Africa. African works were stolen and were taken to Europe. You may know the story of the Benin Kingdom, how they came in and fought and destroyed the kingdom and took works out. And we show Europeans in the documentaries, and there's so many, you can find them on YouTube, so many documentaries where Europeans will make the case that why they are not going to give this back to African countries is because African countries cannot protect them. That's the argument the Europeans were making. Okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. Okay, I'm not an European. I'm telling you what they're saying. That's the argument Europeans are making. And African artists, and I can mention some names, people I know, I've seen their work. They exhibit all over the world. Some of them are from Benin, you know. So they have to find a way to get these things back, working with governments and institutions. And one of the ways is to say, okay, Europeans are saying that they are still buying things coming out of Africa. People steal things and sell it, smuggle it to Europe, and they buy it. So they're saying you have to preserve this. We can't allow you to take these things and then they disappear, because some of them may be stolen and they will never show up in Europe. Nobody will ever see them again. So you need to tell us, show us that you can preserve it. You may not like it, but that's the argument they are making. Hold on. I'm giving you the background because you don't know the background and you are just getting, you are wrecking. But
no,
wait, let me finish. I will be done now quickly. So the argument was that you have to do something. So you have to show us that you can preserve these things. And then some people now said, not just in Nigeria, people now said, we are going to build museums that will be up to international standard. Because the arguments the Europeans are also making is that we want to be able to come to Nigeria and see these things. So people now in Nigeria raised 25 million to build a museum. So there won't be excuse not to give it back to Nigeria. In Egypt, they built one for $1 billion. Because if you're talking about people who have their works all over the world, Egyptians have their works all over the world. Egypt is also making the case that they should bring them back. So they built their own for $1 billion. So it's not just Nigerian issue. So you make it look like it's not Nigerian issue.
No, Dr. Rameji.
What one is this?
That's what I said.
Wait. Now that the Europeans are beginning to return these works, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of works, it's just a minor number that they've returned. The question is now, and it's not just a Nigerian thing, the question is, there's a family in Cameroon that is fighting that the ones that are being returned should be returned to them, that they own it, that it does not belong to the states. It shouldn't, just like you are seeing in Nigeria. So sometimes we think that this is peculiar to us. These things are
Dr. Dameji,
not peculiar to us. So,
Dr. Dameji.
Yeah.
See, at times, you they see how out of character you they go when any panelist is trying to tell you how to run your show.
It's not about the show. It's about what you are saying. I don't care about the show. It's not.
No, but this, to even listen to that kind of argument is an insult. That's what I said. That the fact that you steal from, hold on. That's why I say we deserve a day just for this conversation, because it's deeper than that. You can't steal from
Dr. Dameji, it's unfortunate that people have decided to celebrate what they should be ashamed of. People have no shame, they have no integrity anymore. They just go to social media and spin whatever nonsense they want. This is disgusting. This is disgusting for selfish interest and personal aggrandizement. You should be ashamed of it. Be ashamed of your heritage. Be ashamed of your personality. Be ashamed of being an adult man. Origin of politics. What are you getting? What are you getting? The interest of one man to be greater than adult people. You should be ashamed.
All right, thank you. This is not even the topic of today.
You don't finish, Abi.
Well, hold on, Obi. I didn't say. Obi, don't speak yet. Don't. The other people.
I keep quiet for a reason.
Thank you. James, what do you want to say?
Yeah, you see, this problem is a very deep problem, because the Obaseki family, whose house is at Upper Market Road, the opposite Upper Market, the role they played in the exile of Oba Vorame in 1897, when these artifacts were stolen, is still very fresh in the memories of the Benin people. There's more to what we are saying. I will not be able to discuss it actually, because, first of all, I'm not an indigene. There are a lot of undercurrents which I would never even understand if they explain it to me. So it is the Edo people who should put their heads together to resolve this matter. Then secondly, we, the modern Nigerians, we should be terribly ashamed of ourselves for one reason. If our ancestors, centuries ago, were able to accomplish this monumental feat, what are we doing? Americans are going to the moon. They are coming back. You get the point I'm making? We cannot even feed ourselves. We cannot manufacture motor cars, refrigerators, simple implements. We can't do it.
All right, thank you, James. Let me just say that we are planning that every Friday we have one topic and we debate it. So it's not yet marshaled out very well, but we will pull out something where we could pick a topic and debate it extensively instead of, the way it comes into a normal show on Saturday where we have series of topics we want to talk about. So I'll give Paul Revolution Now, Ikolola, and Comparable Facts, just 2 minutes to weigh in on this before we go to the normal show that we came here for. Mr. Paul, you're next.
Doctor, good morning. Good morning. The first thing first, I understand that we do things different from the way some other clients may do things, and it makes the world a better place. But over time, we just oppose by trying to do this thing with comparing apples and orange. Like, for example, they can build a museum somewhere and name it with the Oba of Benin, Oba Palace Museum and everything. They give them all the credence and everything, and the museum can stay somewhere else. You understand? Everything that the United Kingdom took does not stay in the King's Palace. You understand? And everything. They can do things like that. But only greed and everything. Then you must understand, when you go to war, you lose war and everything. You are the losing end. The people who defeat in war cut the shop. That's how it is. You understand? African Americans own land. In America till today, they are still fighting for land. They brought them from somewhere else. How did they own land? Just like the Indians also own land. The white people also own land and everything. So things change over time. We get involved over time. We shouldn't be fighting over this little thing. When you see the former governor, you understand one of the ways when you see the credence from the way the Oba also spoke and everything, the way he went from countries to countries to country. It's not about go there to go take money. It's about also lobby other empire, other thrones, and every other thing. Lobby other thrones to get this thing. Maybe because of some of these museums in Europe, people go there, people pay fee to go see some of those things. So they make revenue out of it. And they start bringing some of this revenue back to also use it to support, to go build something. Let us tell ourselves the honest truth. These things are not special when we own it. It's a foreigner who appreciates it so much. And because it's us, that's when we started asking. You understand? When people travel from the north to the south to go buy things, you get tomato very, very cheap in the north. And it becomes expensive in the south. You understand?
To say we don't value it, I think that I don't speak for everybody.
No,
it's like
over time.
The artifacts are not the bone of contention. The artifacts have been given to Palace. Since he wanted it, he have been given to him. The artifacts are not the bone of contention. The bone of contention is the Museum of West African Art and the Benin Royal Museum. They are two different entities. The Benin Royal Museum is for the upper, for the artifact. The Museum of West African Art is built by money donated by donors, foreign donors.
That's what I'm saying. How did this concept come? It also come from the artifacts that it took in that place, and they scattered it all around Europe, even in America. You go to places like San Francisco, places like that, you see some of these things there, scattered everywhere. Like I said, some of these things, where they find themselves in the Europe, whatever, people pay money to go see all those things. So they bring part of the proceed because they cherish it so much, and they feel they want it to get protected. Remember what just happened in Paris, in France, a month ago or thereabout, and everything. So they understand these things, and they don't want it. So they want some protection by their thinking. But all I'm saying is that we can't politicize everything. We can't politicize everything. And another funny part of it, one of the strongest and the one of the strongest empire today that is still standing, you understand, is the Bini Empire, the Bini King. If I will use the word, let me not say empire now. The Bini King, you understand, is still respected because the king respects himself. Other than that, you understand, if you go look the constitution so many years ago, the king get allocation. But right now, the king earns salary from federal or state. You know, we have state king and we have federal king. What we call ballet, we have also local government fund these people lifestyle. You understand? You can see what is happening in Kano. So when you look all those things and everything, so the king is losing their power by the day. Let us tell ourselves the truth. The king is losing their power. Even in the UK, the king is even losing their power by the day. They need to lobby to even get their funds, their allocation to run that throne, even in UK. So we must understand these things. The Oba of Benin fighting this fight. It's a good fight. Don't get me wrong, but between both parties and everything, the politics and everything, it can crumble that throne and it may also make the throne stronger. You understand? But we shouldn't lose touch for our culture and tradition. Is the grand norm. That's all I will say.
Thank you, Paul. This is not on the topic today, so let's quickly touch it. I want to give everybody the opportunity to weigh in. I know it's very passionate for many people, but this is
Dr. Dameji.
wait.
I just want to make a request. At the end of the last person, you have to allow me to speak without interruption.
No, I don't think so.
I'm not during my time. I don't care.
Okay, thank you. Revolution.
Started something and we have to finish it because all these
good morning, good afternoon, greetings to everybody, Mr. James, everybody, I salute you. I was just on the bed watching you guys, but of you now bring me in. I want people, especially Nigerians, to stop saying they stole. Because we know ourselves, we have seen what has happened, how we have lived our lives since the white people left. They didn't steal it, in my own view. If they just help us to keep it. Simple. If they leave that thing for Nigeria today, somebody for don't carry them, put for a house, say na papa get them. And we not go see them eye at all. This is something where, for me, this is what the gift of our ancestors. They did something that nobody can ever do again in this world. And they know these white people came, see how we be. Say, if we leave this thing for these people, either say, then destroy them, and the world no go stand. So they help us, just carry them, go somewhere, and they no hide them, or say then go keep them for one person's house. They kept it in a museum so that people can see the powers and gift of what Africans can do. That is all I just come in to tell of you. Because he was saying they steal them. They didn't steal it. Now we don't get sense. All this story where they give us, white man only came to do. If they stole it, something where person steal. You know they can't keep them again for public now. The America no waste much time. Thank you.
Thank you, Revolution. The god of my village will strike me if I don't say this. Revolution, they stole it. But that does not mean that over time what we have done to ourselves is not worse than what they did to us. Okay, they stole it, and so just to make sure that I sleep at night and wake up tomorrow. I don't want.
I understand.
Some things not just common sense.
To strike me.
I don't explain myself very well, doctor. If you see the behavior of Nigeria today, how the black people they behave today, how greedy the black people are today. That is why I made I make up my mind.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I get the point. Say they still am, but for me, if I see the behavior of black people, greed, wickedness, now my papa get them all those level. If say they no go help us keep them somewhere, we for no see them to even they talk about them today. Now my view be that. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Comparable facts, 2 minutes. Everybody now, 2 minutes. We have to go. We have to start the show.
Okay, yeah. I will utilize my 2 minutes properly. No, I'm not going to speak on this because I don't know the whole content.
Oh, then don't worry. That's not what we're talking about now.
Hold on, Dr. Rudolph. I'm going to use my 2 minutes for what I want to speak because I may not be here for the ranting. So let me use my 2 minutes. I saw the whole thing, but I didn't know the whole context. So I will do myself the service for speaking about that. So let me bring an advice to what's going on in the world, okay? USA and what's going on in UK. They're about to introduce a bill tomorrow in UK that, you know, for you to have an indefinite leave, you have to be there for 10 years. So this is an advice to Nigerians. You know, I think it's about time people who have not gone to abroad start developing Nigeria or wherever, you know. And another person, Roy Smith and Roy Chief from USA is about to introduce a bill next week too about banning all kind of immigration, not just H-1 visa from coming temporary until they sort out what's going on in America. So people may not be coming anymore. So that's one. But my last comment, you know, is about Nigerian Green Eagles. So kudos to Green Eagles. They're playing tomorrow. I think at 2 o'clock Nigerian time. 2 o'clock our time, which is 8 o'clock Nigerian time and 11 o'clock Eastern time. So let's wish them good luck. Hopefully we can beat Congo, but it's not going to be easy. If we beat Congo, then we are going for the playoff in the World Cup, and we're not going to play the first round because we're a high-ranking team. We're going to be drawing by, but I think we can do it. And one of our, we had concern earlier that Ndidi may not be playing because he has received 2 yellow cards, but that's not the case. That was during the regular season. Once he received that regular season, this is playoff. That's wipe out. So he's going to be playing tomorrow. So we are in good shape. So let's pray for the Green Eagles. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Comparable Facts. Kolola, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. I'm in evening here. So as you can see, it's dark outside, but I think you're in morning. You know, I will just weigh in on the issue with a story. When I was in the uni, there was one of my friends. When we were having an argument in the room, he will come in. He will say, "It doesn't matter what everybody is saying. Ikolala is wrong." So I would just say, no matter what anybody says here, Ovie is wrong.
All right. Thank you, Ikolola. I wanted to get Pulo, but I think he's gone. Mazi Opara, you are next.
Yeah, good evening from here, Doctor and my friends. I don't have much to say about this thing, but I think that the Germans did a very great favor to Benin, or let's say to Nigerians, for keeping this artifact for so long. Otherwise, this thing would have been disappeared. Because the discussion here in Germany before the release was who is going to keep it and how are they going to keep it. Germans kept this for many years, for almost 120 years or 200 years. Today, it has become a discourse here in Germany. They showed how they were fighting the people that went there. They showed on television here 2 or 3 days ago how they were fighting. Visitors that went to see this, that visited this museum. It's a disgrace. What happened in Edo or Benin a few days ago was a disgrace. I wish that German had kept this in here. Thank you.
I will support Ovie 100% on this one. The Germans are wrong. They stole our artifact. They don't cut the short. We can use all type of way to lobby to get our team back. After we get our team back, it become a different thing. That's how politicians work. But saying it's a disgrace. Disgrace for what? You stole my property. You want to tell me? No. You want to store my Urobobanga soup to cheese? And I should sit down there and accept it?
All right, thank you.
That's not disgrace. We're supposed to convert it to tell the Germans, shut up. It's our own business. We cut the short.
Oh, thank you. Let me just say this. We have to end this. I'm going to invite an artist. I have so many of them some of them from Benin Empire, former Benin Empire, to come here and talk about this on 90 Minutes Africa before the end of the year. I'll do that. But I want to ask people here, how many of you have gone to museums in wherever you live? There is a museum of modern arts here in New York, very big.
Doctor, please, please, I beg you. I want to, before I forget one train of thought, people don't even understand who is Oba Ovarowe. I hope you understand the way African America costs us every day that we sell them and everything. Oba Ovarowe fight, kill these people. They take him out to put a sellout there, like Nnamdi Kanu will talk about, and everything. Put a sellout there and everything. These are great people. That's how barbaric the Europeans treated us. So for you to even speak in their narrative, that's exactly what Ovie is talking. I disagree with you.
All right,
Please.
all right, thank you. Let me just finish what I'm saying. You know, just like you guys, my thoughts also, if you don't allow me to finish, I'll forget things. So what I'm saying is that I'm going to bring a real artist here. Hopefully I'll get Victor. He came me. I think he's one of the people who have been pushing for these things to be returned and to be preserved. But there are so many of them. There is no Nigerian or African artist who is not pushing for these things to be returned. And I was trying to find out how many of you have spent time to go to these museums, wherever you live. It doesn't
Why
matter.
do we have
hold
to?
Hold on, Ovie, can't you? What is wrong? Let me finish.
No, allow me make my point now. I keep jumping. They say the same thing all the time. Why will you?
Ovie. Oh God, I can't deal with it. Not today. I don't know. I'm stressed.
Okay, give him time. We'll give him time.
No. I'm not giving him time. Come on, please. So let me say what I'm saying. I'm going to bring somebody who is informed about what's going on, and they will come. He will come here on 90 Minutes Africa, and we'll talk about this. But in the meantime, I wanted to know. I'm trying to get something from you guys. How many of you have stepped into any of the museums, anywhere you live, and look at what they have there? Hold on. No, I'm not okay. Thank you for raising your hand. Let me tell you. If you go to the the Natural History Museum here in New York, and go to the African section, you'll be shocked at what is history museum here. And go to the I don't know why people comparable facts. Why are you? All right. So if you go to the museum anywhere in the world, whether it's Africa, wherever in the world you are, go to the African section and see the amount of works that are there. In fact, in the UK, they found out that there were still thousands that have not been shown to the public before. Some of them needed to be restored. Nobody can restore it because they don't know how it was made. So these are a lot of works that are out there. And the concern is, and this is their story, we cannot return these things to Africa. And African leaders and artists and everybody pushing to get these things back. And part of the argument is, okay, the issue is that they said that they can lend it to Africa. They can tell Benin people, we'll give you the bronze to hold for 6 months and return it back to us. And they said, no, we want to have it back in our countries and people can come and see it, just like they are coming to Europe to come and see it. There's nothing you can do. They have it. You go to court. Hold on, let me tell you. It's not about what you feel. It's about who do you sue? The museums are not the people that came to Africa and got it. They are not.
Agree now, but now the same point now they make sense.
No, wait. Let me Ovie. I don't know why you are relaxed. If you want, I can make this the topic of the day. If you have something to tell us, I'm telling you the facts. Hold on. Ovie, hold on. I'm telling you the facts on the ground. You are talking about what you think. It's not a fact. When you have kings, African kings, going to Europe to lobby, to meet lawmakers, to make the case for the return of these things, it's because that's the only way they can.
But Dadameji, nobody's agreeing with you. But allow me make my point now. It's only fair. You are making the same point over and over. Everybody's saying the same thing. I did not just allow me make my point.
But you are not understanding what the people are saying. That is why we cannot understand you. What the people are saying is not what you are saying, Ovie.
That is the whole point.
It's not fair. Let him make his point. It's not fair. Let him make his point. Let's hear him.
Because I'm saying things different.
Doctor is a stake here. Let Ovie speak.
Okay, I'm Ovie. Go ahead. I'm done.
Dr. Dameji, when you say professional, when you say artist, what do you mean that who is qualified to talk about it? I mean, please tell me the qualification first, please.
These are people who are still making artworks that are well recognized across the world. These are people who have studied the ones that were made. They know the history. They know everything about it. These are people who are at the forefront of advocacy for the return of these works. They are the people I'm going to bring here.
Thank you. These people who are making history, now we then they write the history on. And I am not just talking about emotional or personal here, right? If you pay attention, Ososo is making national headline. I have read, I have studied, I've done experiment, I'm doing the work. I am part of the royal house in Edo State. I just tell you, the same invasion of Benin, which led to the occasion of our own kingship in Ososo over 120 years ago, that they turned our democratic way of electing leaders to a unity system. Since that time, we have never known peace. And now only us, they will only speak one language, now only one village, but we fight ourselves because of leadership. Why? Because of that, the same people who are invaded Benin City. So I am more qualified than anyone you can be. I'll go toe to toe with anybody, with facts, with history, with personal history, however you want to go with this thing. So you are just aggressing and steal that they can't steal. The fact that they go beg for that, does that say anything about us? Why do we have to go and beg for what you have agreed that they have stolen from us? Who do us like this? We not sabi think again. If you steal from them, would they come and beg you? Those that steal from them today, where are they? Come on. They have lost the right to tell us. Hold on.
Are you talking about Hush Puppy?
Please.
Okay.
Please. Okay? When people will build them, keep them. Are they stupid? Where we want to steal them from, where we want to carry and go. But that is not the point. For the fact that you came to steal from me, you have lost the right to even say a word what goes on from there. Those who are going there to beg and lobby are traitors. They should be treated as such. May they keep her. What are we talking about? So I should be praising those that went to a lobby. Make her the president. No. Nobody betray anybody that make that point is a betrayer. If you agree that they stole it, so what is the point again? Stay from them. See what happens to you. I mean, have we not about common sense for the sake of education? Why? If to say easy, therefore don't replicate them. Anything way easy, therefore don't replicate them. Why they never replicate them? People say the only thing close to God now gold. Because if you bury gold today, come in 1,000 years, you will still remain the same. That's what
you know. They have that. How do you know that they have not replicated it? How do you know?
Uncle,
who is speaking?
You think that they do us favor? Person can't steal for us, say they keep on for us. That does not even make sense in the first place. Then you can't tell me how to keep on. Allow me steal them. Allow me if I take them back, allow me destroy it. I have the right. It is my giving right to treat it the way I want. It's mine. I not buy them. Let that sink in. We not buy them. That's civilization. And as I said, if it's easy, would have been seeing the replica everywhere. There's a reason they could not replicate it. Just the way you cannot replicate gold.
All right.
They keep it for over 100 years.
Thank you.
They no change, nothing to them. There's something behind it. Nobody can understand. Only those that are directly involved in how it came to life. So as I said, when you steal it, you lost the right to decide how it should be. We go take and we go destroy it. Now our right. We go take and keep it. We no go touch it for the next 200 years. It is our. That's what we want. If you say that the way your forefathers are behaving is stupid, fine, so be it. Mine are not.
I allowed Ovie to finish so that he won't say that we don't allow him to speak. Thank you so much. I will not entertain any more talk. We've done an hour on this. This is not even.
As I said, bring any professional I go debate them for as long as you want with every credential that you want. That's why I say lay the credentials. What is it that makes a professional talk about this case that is more qualified than me, academically in any way? As I said, my name now Ovie means king. I'm from Oriva family. I know they either.
Okay, Ovie, thank you so much. Just it was when Ovie was talking, I was just thinking, why do we have to beg them? And Ovie,
so what, Ovie? About you being a king? Who wants to know?
And Ovie,
he's talking about credential. Who qualified to talk about this thing?
Hold on, guys. Ovie is speaking English. Ovie is a Nigerian. These are things they impose on him. He's not his. he's complaining about the work that Obi couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't do anything about being in Nigeria, speaking English, about how he dresses, everything. But he's speaking a fight.
I am here to study them. They
All
study
right.
me. They conquer me. I have to study them too.
All right, thank you. So let's go to the topic.
So I have to study them too.
All right, we'll go to the topics of the day. We are going to start with all right. Sorry, I have too much videos in this studio. I can't play the video. But we're going to start with Wike's encounter with the Army Navy officer when he went to the land under disputes in Abuja. Navy officer.
Yerima.
Abuja. It has become something that Nigerians are having fun with, and Wike is on what is now considered a damage control move. He had a press conference, which doesn't take him time to summon the media to come together and listen to him. And he said a lot of things during the press conference. One of them was that what he expected from the army officer who claimed that he owned the land. He wanted the officer to come to him and ask for help, just like Obasanjo.
How can I sit as a minister? Government officials have been attacked. Government officials have been beaten up. Government officials to the level of directorship. Then I'm sitting in my office doing what? How will such officials carry out their functions again when they know that their principal or their boss cannot protect them? Not as private individuals, as government officials. So many people have had problems. Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, a general, former head of state, former president, he will call me on phone. Minister, I look good at this problem of land here. Please carry. I will solve the problem. That is former head of state, former elected president. We had the courtesy of calling the minister. Look, I have this problem. I have this problem. See how you can look into it. General Tiwadan would call you. Look, there is this and this. These are people who, they're all retired generals. These are people with constant discipline. They didn't bother because they were former chief of officer. They were former president. They never sent soldiers. They never sent anybody to go and attack anybody. They just call you. And respect begets respect. Have to respect. And I'll tell them, sir, don't worry. I will sort out the problem. And I will do. I won't even talk about other people who are highly placed. They will come to you. Mr. Minister, maybe we didn't know of this. If we knew, we would have done it like this. When a serving Major General attacked the development control, I wrote a letter. The President Chief of Defense Staff was Chief of Army Staff then. I wrote a letter, sir. Because that is a serving military officer. That if anything goes wrong, he's still under the authority, under the control of the military. When I came on board, before them, President Jonathan had awarded a contract to develop another city, which was close to the military. Awarded a contract contract, not me. A Federal Council presided over by the CNC, I wouldn't. The contractor went there, he was just away. I wrote a letter. We met. The late chief of army staff, Alabangi, was there. The former chief of defense staff was there. These same ministers of defense, they were all there. We all met. I said, look, it is not good, this government and government. I mean, it's not, let's see how we can resolve this matter. I never one day, I respect institutions. And I know what it takes. Even as a governor, nobody, no governor will say that they supported the military that more than me. So I know. But how do you see a private individual knowing fully well that you are against the law? It is not military versus government. No. Knowing fully well that if it was military, it is not, I would have written to them that, look, military, why are you doing this? This is a private individual. Land was not allocated to him. Land was allocated to a company called Santos. Listen, in 2007 for parks and recreation. They applied to the former minister for change of use. The minister refused. The man went, started selling land. Maybe the former chief of staff fell into their scam, sold. This government property. It's not your property. If government officials came to say, look, what are you doing here now? This is not, government has sat under the ministerial committee and taken back every land under parks and even under secretariat, because we felt that there are a lot of dealings, suits, litigations. We said, no, we won't continue with that. You send this to start beating government officials. Not private, but government officials, beating them. Senior government officials, you were beaten. You couldn't even say, okay, let me get to the minister. See how he can help us, No, not like that. Simply because you had a relationship with the military. And government cannot enforce laws because you are attached or you had a relationship with a particular institution. Or you come from a particular place. What I meant was this. You cannot be carrying out an illegal order. That's what I meant. I didn't say military fool. I couldn't have said that. I know the role of the military. The role they have been playing in this country. What they have passed through in fighting insurgents and terrorists. There's nobody. And I have always given my support to security agencies. As I came as FCT minister, go and see their security minister. Go and see what I provided for them to fight and do their work. So if I know that, why would I say it's not true? But you, what you are doing, you are not doing what you are taught as an officer. The mere fact you are an officer does not mean that if you do what's wrong, it's like a professor in the university who will not allow youngest.
All right, that's enough. But just for those who have not seen it, I think most people have seen that video of Wike trying to defend himself and do damage control over what most of us saw. And we heard from the Minister for Defense, saying that Wike was told to leave the matter. So there have been many positions, including that of Falano, who said that Wike had the right to go there and deal with that issue. So I want to know what you guys think. Let me start with you, Mr. James. What is your take on the drama?
I think it's a failure of the judicial system of the country. If land is illegally acquired, the courts are there to address the matter, not Wike, to start with. Now, according to him, government officials were beaten. So that is why he had to go there. Government officials are beaten. He should tell the police to call, the police, that's a matter for the police to handle, not himself. Although people have been against him because they never liked him all along. That is a different matter. But again, look at it from this perspective. The land was given to a company for public use. Along the line, that company applied to the then Minister for Federal Capital Territory to change it to private use. The minister refused. The company decided to be selling the land to people. That's why an army general, a Nigerian army general, bought the land and he was erecting a private building. Wike is right. That place is not meant for residential purpose. It's for public use. So what is the matter? But the way he went about it, it is not his duty as a minister to go and intervene in such things. But again, the so-called army general is a retired general. He's no longer in active service. That house is not a military house. It's not a barrack. It's not a military installation. It is his personal property. Why should he use the military to protect his personal property? I'm aware that they say once a general is always a general, but I do not know if that's the practice in Britain or the United States. The people were copying. Anyway, this is just to show the monumental rot in the system. If a poor man were to be in the general's position, in fact, the poor man cannot even acquire land in Abuja. Natives of Abuja, indigenous, who are poor, do not even have land in Abuja to start with. So these are the nonsense going on in Nigeria. This is how they continue to fight themselves till the revolution will break out. And once the revolution breaks out, a lot of things must have been revealed. In his so-called press conference, he was mentioning names. People should take proper note of those names. In future, we might not be alive. Future generations may now cause to play this tape again, to know the roles people play and what actually happened when it comes to land allocation in Abuja. Lastly, who is Wike to address land problem? When rumors have it that he acquired a piece of land, is it 2 kilometers or so, in Abuja and gave it to his children? That is what people are saying. And is he not the one who bought houses, a house or so illegally in the United States? Lying that it is in-law who owns the house. Where did they get the money? So this is just, I don't know how to describe it. We are praying that this kind of nonsense, more of it should happen, so that people will see clearly when it is time for people to answer their father's names. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. James. Revolution now, you're next.
Yeah, sorry, what Mr. James have said was almost what was on my mind. But what I want to just add briefly is that Wike, as far as me, I know like the guy, because I know saying I carry the presidency, give Tinubu through River State. That one, I no ever forgive him for that one. But that man, in this case, I support him. And secondly, this is a situation of is depicting the system in Nigeria, how we Nigerians are. It was just a case of power. Okay, you say be minister, okay, myself, I be general. Make we drag him. So when anything will happen, I was just laughing that day. I was just there in my working place when this thing was happening. I say, okay, now Nigeria be this now. Me I be general, you be minister. We'll go. Let us drag it. You don't see the backing dogs from both sides. They back. You dey crazy. Why you don't do this? This is Nigeria. And like I said, Mr. James have said half of what I want to say. When that revolution where would they call coming to power, because that's the only thing where go solve this Nigerian problem. Nothing will change. Wike is protecting himself, saying I'm be minister, now then they reign, now then they for power. Who be you? We don't come out there. You understand me? So for me, in this case, for me, I support Wike 100%. Land there, locate them for something else. Because of Nigerian level of I have the power, you go take them for private level, come carry our taxpayers' money, soldiers where that Nigeria they pay their salary, make them come begin they guide your house. And you notice say Wike go live and line low, in way himself be lion. So for me, Wike get 100% right in this case. Now power fight. I can't say more than that, Dr. Damages.
All right, revolution now. Thank you. Paul.
Dr. Wike is 100% wrong. When I say 100% wrong, he's 100% wrong. My father also owned property in that country. And if we use common sense, if we understand basic law, you understand these things very well. From Wike word, the naval chief has not come outside and said his own side. From Wike word, this property land is owned by the something Santos and everything, the Santos. And if Santos own property, if you want to revocate the property, the land, whatever, you write to Santos. You take them to court that you are revoking their land, whatever. Did you do that? Did you do that? Even while you are going there, you on your own say you've already reported. You are still going there with bulldozer. Where is the place of the law? That's a lawyer. You understand? That's a lawyer. You are still going there. It's not your place. There is this phrase everybody uses. They say you cannot be a judge and a jury in your own court. If a judge goes to Walmart and sees somebody else shoot somebody down, even when the judge witnesses it, if the case comes to his court, the judge will still ask the other people for evidence. The judge cannot be the evidence, cannot be the jury. You cannot. You know, so even if you want to revocate the land, since you have the power and everything, you go to Santos. Since the naval chief is not dealing with you, the people on their own who own this land, you go to them, you write them. Where Wike is calling all these people, doctor, these journalist people, I'm so ashamed of them. You understand? Something that you did that makes me happy the other day, the man that you are bringing tomorrow, where they will bring some Boko Haram sympathizer, they will not bring the other side to balance stories and everything. It just makes me mad. Wike that is talking all these things, where did he show paper? Did he show you any evidence that they beat these people? Doctor, me and you grow in that country. If military people beat people, you will see trail of evidence all over their body. Did Wike show you those people? Did Wike show you paper that these are the paper that they wrote to these people? Did he bring all those things? Just pack microphone in his front and be speaking jargons and everything. This is the height of stupidity. Doctor, I want to expand my house and everything. What do you do? Here in the US, any other places, you go online. You write to the department online. You will fix an appointment where they will come for their inspection. They come for inspection, everything. Then they give you approval, or they say we cannot approve it. What property can you do in Nigeria that you just simply go online? This government create all these things. Why they scam us? I will pay to Mr. A today. Tomorrow, new people will come in power. They will say the person that I pay for is wrong person. They never bring that man in that same office that I did all this my document to come and shame that man, to punish that man. Doctor, let us tell ourselves the truth. Every property we own, including my father's property, if government want to revoke it today, it's fake. My father don't own no property, don't own no land. Do you know why? Nothing you do online. The man that did it, he was working in the local government that signed all this paper. Another one will come, will say everything that they did was wrong, is sham. And they will not find that man and punish that man. They will only punish who owned the land. This is the height of stupidity. Then another part that makes me mad, you go there, you are asking the young man that, where is the document? Where I'm building property, I will carry my document and show you. Even I can show you all the old documents. It can still be original fake. How do you want to vet it in the site there? How do you want to vet it? Why don't you give me 72 hours? Why don't you give me 1 month? Why don't you let the court? Why don't you let the police summon me? You understand? It is civil matter, so we don't even need police. If you said they beat your guys, now you need police. You're a lawyer. You make money off it. You see the way Trump is making money from different people. From the parts that they abuse your guys, you make money off it. Then if you talk about property, since it's civil case, you go to court. Is that not their APC slogan? You go to court. You understand? You are going there. The same you is saying, I call the CDS, I call this, I call that. You still carry bulldozer as part of your convoy. That's why I feel for Ovie. That's why it makes me mad when Ovie is talking on this thing. I support Ovie 100%. When it's time our juju will wake up from sleep, so that we'll start using juju again. I'm tired.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
You get juju now and then carry all your things. You know, use them.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, because juju is not meant for that purpose. Now the bad one, I abuse them. It's not meant for that purpose. If it's meant for that purpose, we'll use them. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Ovie.
Well, yeah, when they can't defeat us too, they were sellouts. So that's why they were able to. Because the first time they came, fuck them up. Excuse me, the Yoruba. They have to go and reinforce come again. So there's a sellout among us. So this is not a surprise what is happening again. Anyway, well, some people say make I say now Wike the support. So Wike is my godfather. But Dr. Dameji, I think some of us with the smoky go, you know, there's a question we asked leading to last election that if Buhari would be the last of the class 66, that the military elite, or if they are going to come in form of somebody else and all that. And they always ask that question because they have succeeded in building this Fourth Republic in a way that they are totally in control, right? The constitution and the system of the political system. This is their brain child. So they've been building that, and they only go 24 years. So, and we don't see the rise of, the tech industry, for instance, the banking industry, the billionaires who are also forming their own elite cycle. So, plus the political godfathers. Now, I'm saying this because that's exactly what is pretty much the same thing that happened in the Egypt. That's the Arab Spring that we all talked about. People don't really understand the institutional disagreement between the leaders of the Egypt. Egypt is known to be running what they call militocracy. And military, they govern Egypt pretty much from time immemorial, and that hasn't changed. Yes, they do election, but the last president, Mubarak, came into the military hierarchy, but decided to groom his son via the business cycle, get an MBA, become business leader, and he wanted to empower him. That is why when the revolution eventually started, because the Islamic Arab Brotherhood were on the rural area doing a lot of organization, empowering their people. So they have the majority of the villages covered. Then tackle with the young people in the big cities who are now educated, no job and all that, way about 60% of the urban dwellers. So there's a correlation between that and the villagers. So when the revolution eventually kicked off, all the military had to do was to just stand aside, because they know that his son, the president is grooming his son, who is not coming from the military hierarchy. So they step aside. That's why that revolution succeeded the topple Mubarak. But if you remember, the guy who eventually elected as president came from the Arab Brothers wing, because they have the number, they have the majority. But take time again. People have to, the urban dweller, the secular guys have to enter street, because the way the Arab government is trying to change the country into an Islamic state, and they had to come back to the street again. Another revolution starts, which eventually bring the military guys back and up to today. So what am I giving this story? I'm seeing a situation whereby, yes, the young people are fed up, right? The only people now who are still holding who are still not on the side of the
the Nigerian people yet, and literally the military power, those we get guns. Because the business guys, they are very fluid. Their business interest is very important. So they go with where the pendulum is like. So, and with what I see between Wike and the military guy coming out and just take, and they're getting support from the military, it began happen after 2027 election. We might likely see something like it happen. It's going to succeed just because they want to push out the godfathers, the political godfather out. So what am I saying? Who is organizing the local people on ground? There is a man called Issa Pantami. We don't talk about those kind of people enough, but he is coming, and he's going to have the majority of the young people, just as the us from the south go after Obi. If Obi could not pull it off by 2031, we will see an agreement between the village dwellers of the north and the miserable people from the big cities in the south coming together. And all, as I said, all the military to do what we talk about, because we are fed up of the political godfather. We are right. Whose side are you going to be on when that time comes? The revolutionaries.
All right, thank you, Ogie. Chim, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good morning, and thank you to everybody for giving me the space to speak. I want to make it quick. I think most of us have emphasized on the issue of impunity, which is the first thing, and that impunity happened on both sides, both on the side of the minister and on the other side of the military personnel who owns the property. I don't have any grounds with the officer who was there, deployed there to guard the place. He was simply doing his job. He's a professional, and if you've been in the military circle, you know when you're given an order, literally, as Nigerians say, you obey it without complaint. So even if he didn't want to spar with Wike, he had to do his job. But the thing to pick out from there is impunity has been sown in Nigeria for a long time. It's beginning to germinate, and it's growing like a wild rose. So everybody's going to enjoy it. One day, even the president himself, who said he would run with it, grab it, and he will enjoy. You see those things he has sown, he will reap them. That's what people don't seem to know. These things are these are laws, are principles. You can't break any principle and go scot-free. What goes up must come down. Even an aircraft that suspends itself for a while ultimately comes down to the ground at the airport somewhere. Now, but the thing that I think people are overlooking, especially our elites, I didn't say political elite, I said our elites, is the joy Nigerians find in siding with people who are against government. Nobody's paying attention to these things. What it tells you is people are tired. Nigerians sided with Trump in large droves to come and invade Nigeria. And the government is not alarmed that that happened. And Nigerians were happy when a minister was subdued.
Humiliated.
Humiliated. Thank you very much, my brother. Humiliated. Nigerians are celebrating it. I think those in government should be paying attention. What it means is anyone who comes to these people in government, the average Nigerian is in support of it. And so I think that's a larger issue that Nigerians, those in government, should be paying attention, because what it means is the day lawlessness escalates, the way these people in authority will be devoured. They don't even know what's going to come for them. So I think what is more critical is that those in government should start making a retreat and start correcting their steps. Why is it that a general or an officer who has left is able to command people to come out? I know, yes, like when someone said, once a general, always a general. So does that esprit they call they extend to themselves? But I don't think in America that even Colin Powell, when he was alive, will easily commandeer any officer to go to a civil environment and do anything in his name. I don't think he would have been able to do that. But in Nigeria, we see it happen. I've seen retired military personnel go get serving officers to go beat up somebody who's owing them some amount of money. It happens all the time. On a good day, the man who is bidding on the wrong property is wrong. But Wike has sold his right to be able to speak. We know this. He doesn't have a leverage. In the first instance, he belittled his office by going to that place. Why can't he send his personnel to do that and then do some back channel things behind and solve the issue? But no, He must come and show that he is the gorilla's king of the jungle, and that's why he got what he got. So, in summary, all I just want to say is this: this is symptomatic of a bigger issue that's going on in Nigeria. We're not paying attention. It's not so much about celebrating that Wike was intimidated or whatever, or put to shame. No, it's the fact that look at it. Any time stuff like this happens, the average man on the street is happy. Think about it. It's something that we're looking at lightly. Every time stuff like this happens, the average man is on the street is happy. Trump said he was coming to do something in Nigeria. The majority of Nigerians were happy, and the government is not concerned. But they can't rally Nigerians for solidarity, for patriotism when it's necessary. But you know why they can't? They've all sown impunity, and it's gradually germinating. So I just wanted to contribute that, and thank you everybody for granting me the opportunity to do so.
All right, thank you, Chim. Chim mentioned something important, which is something about beyond what we saw. What is the meaning of this thing going on? How are people reacting? There's something that happened there. Someone translated a conversation between a police officer with Wike and one of the army guys who were on the side of the military. The police officer spoke in Hausa to the army guy and telling him, let me play that for those who may understand Hausa, and I will do the All right. Someone gave a translation of that conversation that happened by the side, and it says that the police officer went to the military guy, who they are both Hausa, and he was saying to him, you and me are suffering. Big men are fighting. What is your business? Me and you are hungry. They are eating their money. Respect yourself. What is your concern? This is from Showere. It wasn't from me. Showere got someone who translated the conversation that happened during that confrontation between these two guys. So underneath, talking about undercurrent of what is going on, what we saw is that even in the military security circle, there are people who are obviously beginning to get this understanding that, why am I carrying the gun and following these people around and going to dive in their wars? The Lefarotime used to say. But there's something that we don't see on camera. Chim touched on one of them, which is about how Nigerians react when these people are at the other receiving end. All right, let's go. I think the next person is, I think I probably missed somebody, but let's go with comparable facts. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're muted.
Okay, is it my turn? Can you hear me?
I called your name, so.
Okay,
is that our turn? What
Jim has spoken well, I'm going to come from a broader context about who's right or who's wrong, but this has to, there's something he's showing me about, has reinforces me about Nigerian culture, that the impunity is for the powerful people. That's exactly, in the nutshell, that's the summary, and that's what we're experiencing in that country. So in this case, who is right or who is wrong? I'm never a Wike fan. We know his utterances, what he does and everything. But in this case, I will portion more right to Wike than when I say the military guy, not the officer, Yerima. Yerima is doing his work. He's doing his duty that he was authorized to do. And he did it capable, stay calm, even with all the whole insult and everything. He was very calm. So my narrative is going to be between the retired Navy officer or the military in short and Wike. In this case, I think Wike has the legal right. So let's put this in context. He has the legal right, everything, to allocate the land, the land allocation, the urban planning, development, demolition, and the level artists. Yeah, that's the Wike. Wike is the governor of, the governor in Abuja, representing Tinubu. So what he said in that land has to go. Forget about military officer, because it's just like you coming to America right now, the governor of a state, is the chief commander of the state. You can tell the
Man of
minister what to
prestige.
do.
But FCT have already sold the land to somebody
It
else.
doesn't matter. I'm just speaking in a
They
broader
sold the land to somebody else. It's not the state that owned the land as at that time.
Right.
Then if you want, then if you want to revoke the land and everything, there's a process to revoke the land, not by carrying bulldozer to the side.
I'm trying to give you my own narrative. This is my own personal opinion where I think that Wike was right, and I'm going to say where Wike was wrong. So let me learn. I have to make I have to say my opinion. I'm not going to pick it to everybody's narrative here. Everybody has their own point of view. That's their own point of view, and I stated it. The FC has the right of the land and the dispute. You can't dispute that. So he can do that in that state. That's what it is.
Do what? Do what? Comparable facts.
He can stop. He can stop anybody carrying land. He can inspect the land.
He can do what? No. I'm just trying to find out what you're saying. Do what? Do what?
Whatever. The governor of the state, he has right to do whatever. Why? This is my own opinion. So what did he do that was wrong? And I will tell you where I thought he was wrong. He was very wrong.
There should be an administrative process to go about it, not this jungle way. Nobody is not telling you don't have a right, but there's an administrative process to go about it.
Paul, we are talking Nigeria, please. We are in Nigeria, not in America.
Yes, the wrong way will not be the standard. Nigeria still have the right way, undermining that we abuse it. If the government give me meter in my house, if the government give us transformer in our street, they still say it belongs to the government, but the meter is registered to my name. If they want to take their meter back, they will still write me that they want to take the meter back. They don't just come to my compound and just jack off the meter. It doesn't work like that. That's what I'm saying. Your international passport belongs to you, to the government. You understand? But your name is there. They will write you if they want to revoke the passport. That's how it is. You understand? Don't just say you just have right like Lord, like King, like Emperor. It's wrong.
So
it's wrong. I'm man of prestige. Man of prestige. Understand something. Look, I don't know whether you've lost your job. I've lost my job before. If HR will fire me from my place of work, security will enforce it. It's not the owner of the company that will come. Ordinary security will enforce it.
You are the epitome of Nigerian impunity. This is what you do. You are truncating my time. You are showing what is wrong with Nigerians.
You have 1 minute left.
No, I have to start from the beginning because
no, you are not. You are not. You allowed him to do that. You enjoyed it.
You enjoyed it. I took all my time.
You enjoyed it. But the point
is, let me finish. Let me finish because it doesn't make any sense. Like I was saying, I said Wike was right because civil authority cannot supersede the military. The military cannot enforce the land claim. The lieutenant colonel has no right to block the minister from doing his job. What are we talking about?
It's his job to go there and tell them to. Is that his job?
No, I'm not blaming Yerima.
Compare facts. Hold on. I want us, even though this is Javier say, I want us to advance the conversation. It doesn't make sense for people to start from the back and at the end we don't achieve anything. So you are saying, I want you to talk about what you think is right. What is the job of the minister? Is it to go there and confront some people on a piece of land? Is that the job?
No, that's what I'm saying. The way he did it. Okay, there's an example that I'm going to show you. The way he could have conducted himself. Have you seen the video of Soludo of Lagos State, 2022? The same about land. Has anybody seen the video? The way he confronted the police guy. The police guy refused to leave the land. Then he has to leave. That's the way. I'm blaming Wike. Wike is so very unprofessional. He's unhinged. We know Wike is unhinged. I'm not a Wike fan by no means, but he's so very unprofessional. His conduct was, becoming, that's not administrative procedure or enforcing something like that. The way he handled it, that's what I'm saying. He should have handled it in a more protocol way that should have, resolved the whole issue. That's what I'm saying. I'm not blaming the guy. I'm blaming the retired military. What right has the retired military? I don't know the whole intricate about who owned the land or whatever. That's the story. But I'm trying to paint what we saw. The shenanigan that we saw that place is my main concern. But that get to show you where we are in Nigeria. There has to be a demarcation between the authority and the military. Just because they are the military. We're not in a military rule. This is a democratic rule. So let's call it what it is. I mean, a lot of people here are playing sentiment because of they don't like Wike. No, when somebody's right in some extent, you have to say he's wrong, he's right. When it comes to the land, like I was saying, Wike has the authority. Nobody can dispute that. Okay?
Where is the place of the court in all these things that you say now? Where is the place of the court? Even when Wike is a lawyer, where is the place of?
All right. Yeah, I just say.
All right, let's go to other people. Thank you, Paul. So the goal is not to rehash. We don't have a lot of time, and it will help the conversation. If people have said certain things, lay down the foundation. That's why we play some videos. The next thing is to go. How do we move the conversation forward? Mazi, Opera, you are next.
Yeah. This week, shenanigans. I think the people I pity are the Gwaji people, the owner of Abuja, that were never consulted. They were pulled from their fatherland, ancestral land, no compensation or little compensation. They were driven out of Abuja, and the land is now being shared to top political officers or military officers or those people who are so rich and powerful. This is a shame that in a country like Nigeria, a minister is talking about going around looking at who owns a portion of land and who does not. You live in New York. Can mayor of New York start going around, revoking people's properties? Because I believe that anybody who owns a land in a city like New York or where I live, that person has a genuine document for the papers. There is no need of a minister or a mayor going around, revoking properties or documents, bulldozing houses, already built houses, because that is what sometimes when I say that there's a problem with a black man, people are angry with me, because over here, before you can even paint your house outside, you will get permission to paint it. Because if you don't paint, if you don't get the permission, you'll be fined. The mayor is not coming to tell you, why are you painting out? You get notice and you'll be fined. So the issue in Nigeria is that the foundation is faulty. Abuja is a faulty, was founded, on a falsehood. And what is going on there is also, very, very wrong. For example, this man was talking about measuring Obasanjo and T.Y. Danjuma, calling him. That is even an indictment. That to show you that the society is rotten. That means Obasanjo also has a land that has no proper documentation. The same thing with Danjuma. Because for him to call these names, if I were Obasanjo, I would be very ashamed that my house or my property in Abuja has issues with documents. Or T.Y. Danjuma. Look, we are living in the society we are living in. Nigeria is Nigeria. We have not started discussing Nigeria issues. It's everywhere. It's rotten everywhere. How come a city like Abuja is the newest capital in the whole world? I think it was founded in the early 70s. Yet Abuja has no plan, nothing. Everybody, you can build anything you want to build, and nobody, as long as you have money. It is unfair, and we keep coming out again after everybody watched him calling that young man a fool. Now he's denying that he never called him a fool, and Nigerian press, Nigerian journalists were there listening to this man that has no character. Let me tell you, in a normal, civilization, that man shouldn't have become anything. In a normal countries, look at the way he talks. Look at the way he bullies everybody. When he was governor of what they call it, the River State, you saw how he spoke to traditional rulers. He called them fake, 419, 419. and this is the person that is holding Abuja, a minister in Abuja, the world is laughing at Nigerians. The world is laughing at us. Thank you.
All right, Mazi, all right, thank you so much. I feel like I should defend my people. You talked about journalists sitting there watching him. What do you want them to do? To run away? To say they won't sit down and hear him?
Doctor, they should stop giving him audience. That's a way of us to let him stop giving him audience.
Well,
they call Sheikh Gumi every day. They will not call the other reverend to come say his own side.
Paul,
Our media is not doing things right. They should stop giving him audience.
Anything happens.
All right. We'll get to
that. That's why we need to talk.
Let me just play this because this came up about
call your superior in Abuja and tell them that the governor is here and I'm the chief security officer and that you don't have any business being in my state right now and that I want you to disengage forthwith from here.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. I'm not here on my own orders.
That's why I'm asking you to make a phone call and tell them, your superior, that I'm here, standing in front of you. Make that phone call.
Thank you, sir. I'm here on instruction of the Inspector General of Police to the AGF, sir. And that is why I'm here. I'm too small or too low to call them. Your Excellency, sir, with due respect, sir, you can call them directly, sir. So that they will ask us to leave.
So Inspector General of Police ask you to come.
I'm here on instruction of Inspector General of Police to the AGF. Attorney General of Defense.
I have spoken to the Attorney General at this moment, so he's not aware that you are here.
Well, we're expecting the call that we should disengage.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes, sir.
Because when I make the phone call, it will be tougher. If you can call and say that the governor is here in front of you, what should you do?
It is not my duty to call because I'm too low to do that, sir. Okay. If you call...
So where are your men?
My men are here. They are all over the estate, sir.
How many men do you have here?
I have several of them, sir.
No, what number?
I cannot precisely tell you the number
so
now,
even
sir.
if anything happens to your men, you don't even know the number of men?
I know the number of my men I have here.
So what is the number?
We sought for some other people to join us now.
What is the number that you have here?
I'm sorry, sir, Your Excellency.
So you cannot even do an head count of the number you
For the security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you don't know the number of men?
I know the number, but for security purpose, I cannot say this is the figure, sir.
So you know I'm the one talking to you?
Yes,
you
sir.
You're an assistant, what is you?
I'm a chief superintendent of police.
Oh, CSP?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. So pressmen, don't worry. I'll make 2 phone calls, right? One to the Inspector General of Police and one to the Attorney General of Police, Attorney Inspector of the Federation. I have spoken with him this morning and he says he knows nothing about the fact that they are still here. Very illegal operation. They have absolutely nothing, and I'm the chief security of the state. Not even with the Inspector General wrote me. And before I said Jack Robinson, his men are here. They are not from the Lagos State Police Command. Like you have said, right? They are not from Lagos State Police Command. It says it's coming from Abuja. And I don't know what other interest do they have beyond just keeping peace of the country. This is not an expectation that I will expect for them to keep peace because they don't have any business here at all. The case is between the state government and I'm this governor standing in front of you, not with my residents. These are my residents that have been properly. They do not have anything against them.
The other thing that I think it has not been pointed out is that we don't learn from history.
I told you this is the procedure. This is the proper way to handle something like that.
It's not even the proper way. It's not.
That is not the proper way, man of prestige. You are wrong. The police is doing the proper thing. They won a case in court. You understand? The police is to go enforce the court judgment. My in-law, my elder sister have a property in that estate, in Magodo estate. You understand? They won the case in court. The people who own the property, they own the properties, and Lagos State government started selling the land to private individuals, retired people who work from a Lagos State civil service and everything. So no, hold on. They won the case in court, and that police officer is enforcing the law. When you win case in court, you channel it to the police. The police enforce the law, and the governor understand that. The governor want to use your own way, power and connection. But the police officer is doing his own work to enforce the law. When you win case in court, if people ignore, the police enforce the judgment. That's how it works. You understand? That's why these 2 departments work together. And the governor understand that part. That's why the governor can be very gentle. You understand? But we like too much power, 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 power. It's not helping us. It makes us look like barbarians. It makes us look uncivilized.
But that is
You
what we
understand?
are, Paul.
Well, I'm not that type of person. They didn't pay money to send me to school.
Nigeria now and correct it
They
now.
didn't.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. We have to move on. Ikola, thank you so much. Paul, thank you. I appreciate the expansion of that conversation. Ikola, go ahead.
Okay. I think I am going to respond to this devoid of emotion, devoid of whether what has happened with Wike before or what is going to happen to Nigeria with Wike, because all we have done is add Maggi and sugar to the exact thing that happened. If government civil servants were sent to this land and they were beaten up, or one of them was killed, the minister has the right to go and see what is happening in this location. This is why when there's death in somewhere, we say, oh, why didn't the president go there? So let's get something right. There are three arms of government because everybody keeps shouting the court. At the end of the day, whatever the court decides, it is the executive that would enforce it. So it's not as if the police has a power of their own. And Minister Wike is the executive in this case. So he went there based on the fact that his civil servants are being beaten up. That is what the man said. Based on everybody can disagree because they hate Wike or they love Wike or they don't believe Wike. The man just said in his press conference that his civil servants are beaten up. And if you disagree, it is your problem to prove that the civil servants were not beaten up. So I'll take Wike's words that they were beaten up. So he went there to see why civil servants are being beaten up. But the point is this. Every level of governance has a mode of operandi, or how do you say it? There's a certain sort of words that you cannot use. And there's a temperament that can never be shown. So when Wike got there, and the man said that, look, you cannot go in, sir, or this or that. Wike has no right to call the man, even if he's a civil, just an ordinary security man. Wike has no right to call him a fool. If somebody placed the man there and he was defending the property, Wike has no right to call the man a fool. Wike has done his job. He has come, he has seen that the civil servants are not lying to him. That is his duty. So to come and say, oh, it doesn't happen in America, it doesn't happen in... No, let's not keep comparing oranges with apple all the time. Look at it from A. If you are given a scenario, just look at it from A to what you are given. Then when you are asked to add, oh, what has happened before A or what has happened after Z, then you can start bringing a holistic view into it. But when you are said, look at this thing as it is, Wike has the right to go. If the civil servant was killed there, Wike has the right to go and see why his man was killed.
All right. Thank you, Ikola.
Thank you. If somebody is killed there, it's called crime scene. And it is the police, you understand, that carry out crime scene. If we can go there, you understand, he's abusing the crime scene. You want to alter the crime scene. If somebody is killed there, and when doctor, you just make me see, doctor, see, the executive carry enforcement. For the case will go to court for the executive to carry enforcement. You don't jump the judiciary. Somebody is abusing something, you go to court. Wike is a lawyer.
All right.
Wike is a lawyer, and it is
because he keeps talking as if he knows what he's talking about. If a play.
All right, Janaba, welcome to the show. Janaba, the problem we have with Janaba is that I don't know what you're using. Each time you are brought up, it goes out again, and I don't know. I can't help you, Janaba.
It's the discrimination and all the bad energy that that you guys are forcing towards me.
All right, Janaba, welcome.
Oh, nice to meet you, Dr. Rudy, and fellow panelist. It's a good afternoon here. I just came home briefly and I saw yesterday me they talk about Wike. Wike is like a church rat in my place. So I want to come and lash out at him. Well, first of all, Wike first name is impunity. His last name is a land grabber. So all those make up that he's going here and there. End of the day is for his own business. End of the day, all the land that Wike is trying to say is trying to put FCT in order. All of this is it's all about Wike. And Wike is to stop you guys that are from the same area that I can hear you guys. Tell him to stop taking too much alcohol before he come out. Tell him that Ogogoro doesn't work that way with everybody. So he cannot be bullying people around because he take Ogogoro. And Ogogoro have his own part in our life in a different way. But the way he's taking it and be going out, running into a car, uh, uh, come to talk. I think Nigeria is waking up. These are two elephant fights, but the ground suffers it. And I love the way the outside guy, the police guy put it that this is their fight. Me and you are just here, and that is the truth. And the thing, let's be clear, because we are putting out some false narrative here. The guy owned the land. What he doesn't have is the plan that to build on that land. So let's be clear about it. Please, because all of those things we are saying is that we are putting this platform low with no information. Wike
God
can
bless you.
enforce, Wike can say, okay, bring the plan, which is what Wike is just going with bully. If you hear his statement, he say, where is the plan? Because he has the paper. And the colonel told him, he had the paper, and then he said, where is the plan to build on it? Which means he has the plan. He has the land, he owns the land, but he does not have the plan to give it to build whatever he's building there. So it's not that Wike have the right to go and be grabbing land, making a backside deal, transferring it to whosoever he wants and all their class. So I believe that Nigeria is waking up. And I believe they purposely place Yerima there. This is Fulani, but no, this is Kanuri boy. Even Fulani fear them. So it's not just going to go. Everything is well planned to face Wike. Because when these guys are doing all those things, and we the ordinary people are hailing them, Wike come out nice, he's supposed to come out. Is that how people come out? If Wike is your father, you'll be seeing him going around like that. Is that a normal way a minister of FCT will be going around? You'll be proud of him. You say, "Shut up! You are this, you are that." Is that how you want to see your father? So to whom much is given, much is expected. So Wike, if you want to add, I don't think Mogogro. I think that I saw one now here. They call it elevation. It's 80%. I think if I'm going to Nigeria, I'll order it for him so he can be going around and be fooling himself. But other than that, I think Wike, Yarima will go and give him goro. They eat goro there. They don't eat those things. So their brain is all. The only thing it's going to do to you is to is to make your teeth brown. I'll go and give him goro for standing up to that bully. Wike is nothing but a bully, and he will get it one day. Well, if I were him, as I summarize, when he call me fool, I'll tell him what fool mean. I'll grab a gun from my other guy and I'll pierce him. Then he will know how fool act. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John Abba. Before Dr.
In your head, because that's a problem for you stop taking your head. You are one of those who are causing problem. They gave you chieftaincy, a young boy, so you don't even know what to do with it. And then when I'm speaking, you shake your head like this. Oh, fake, causing problem everywhere. You just go and wear something that's bigger than you. When somebody looking for power, you would think that an elderly person, very small young man, this one. I know when I was in school, he was running around, going for errand. Nice, wearing Osman Danfodio. that he begin to breach a protocol. He thinks that when he shakes his head like that, I will be happy. That's fake. That's fake. Will you stop that? Will you stop that?
I'm an officer, I have integrity.
Shut up, your mouth, put
I will not
yourself.
shut up.
Will you get out?
Sir, I won't shut up. Sir,
I was in school, you're not in school.
Sir, you can't shut
Will
me
you
up.
keep quiet?
You can't
Get
shut
me a
me
big
up, sir.
fool.
I'm not
You are a big fool.
I'm not a fool,
You think you
sir.
can shoot anybody like that?
Sir, I'm not
You
a
are a big
fool.
fool. Who are you?
I am not a fool, sir.
As for the time I
You can't call me a
graduated,
fool.
you are primary school.
I'm acting on orders.
Take for which
You can't
order?
call me a fool.
You see whether you love it here.
Sir, you can't call me a fool.
Go and develop your
I'm an officer.
mind.
I'm not a fool, sir. I'm an officer.
All right. That's
Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor, for playing that traditional where he abused his own traditional rulers. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay.
OC, Dr. C, welcome to the show.
Doctor, play where he abused Olabode George. That's an 83 years old man. You understand? He's talking when he was in school. Him and Olabode George never met in school.
All right.
Olabode George can have his own father as a son.
Mr. Paul,
He insult Olabode George.
Paul, let's continue, please.
Oh, thank
Now,
you.
one thing with you, Dr. Rudolph, is when you are biased, you push.
OC, go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I think I'm enjoying the discussion from the side. Of course, I didn't start with you guys initially. On the Wike Yerima saga, I think, top to bottom is just a show of shame, on both sides. I have to say that. I know we don't necessarily, a whole lot of people don't necessarily agree with Wike's way of doing things. So this is like, at least there's somebody who is standing up to him. So there is a sense in all of us feeling happy about that. But to get down to brass tack, yes, it's been said repeatedly that Wike, as the mayor of the Federal Capital Territory, has the role almost like that of a governor in the states, in which case the land use decree invests a lot of powers on what they can do and what they cannot do. But even that said, you can have some right or privilege, if I may, for use of a better word, to something, but the way you go about it could be very, very faulty. Now, if Wike feels like the claim that the military guys are making on the land is not genuine, then decency requires that maybe he has to go to court, obtain an injunction, and go from there. No, but that's not the way, that is not his modus operandi. Wike's modus operandi is that he would destroy the property before even attempting to go to court to seek redress, which is just a terrible way of doing things. And so, yes, I think that he got it very, very wrong in that. And then when even the way he addressed the military guy, or anybody for that matter, in fact, Wike is just the textbook example of the very boorish, ignorant, for want of a better word, the poster child of what we don't like about Nigerian politicians, But that's about it for Wike. When on the side of the military, we've talked about the fact that, first of all, an active military guy should not be deployed to guard a private land, because that is just not, it's a military that is supposed to serve the federal government of Nigeria and our people. And so I don't see where in the Constitution where it's part of his duty to go and guard a private land. So that's misuse of the public servant, That's number one. Number two, also, of course, we all like the way the guy stood up to Wike, but on the other part, I think one of the things that was lost is the way he was talking to the policeman. I think he said something to the effect of, a policeman is talking where I'm talking. So you get the sense that in the military, there is this warped air of superiority over the police or anybody for that matter, which I think it shouldn't be. There is nowhere that it says that a military guy is superior to even civilians or the policemen around. So So those are the 3 points I think that I will make in this particular issue.
All right, thank you, Osi. I appreciate you joining us. We are going to leave this topic, but there are so many other topics.
Thank you, Osi. You have said it properly, because Paul didn't give me the time to say where Wike was wrong. Thank you.
All right.
There is a process to revocate land. The man owned the land like
we're not going back to that, Paul. That's okay. Sorry. I know we have to get to other topics. There are some news that are business-wise, economic news that Nigeria's, apart from the money that Tinubu is borrowing, we are getting the reports that one of these rating agencies now thinks that Nigeria is doing well, on the right track. Let me see what it says. S&P upgrades Nigeria's outlook from stable to positive, saying that economic reforms are working. It's always interesting when they get this news and send it out to everybody to make you know that there are good things happening in the country. But they can't explain to us why the country is borrowing 1.1 trillion naira from domestic banks when they said they are not going to borrow money anymore because we exceeded our expected revenue generation in August or September. So, but we'll talk on that if we have the time to get to that. And there's so many other things we wanted to touch on. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein and Trump is this story that refuses to go away. We are going to touch on that when we come back from a break. We are going to take a break at this point. We come back, we touch on those, and then of course the rant, because that's important to me. I want to hear what people are mad about, those who are mad about me, like Ikalola.
Dr. Damage, can you put me at the background, please?
Yeah, we will. We'll put everybody. All right. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we do touch on those topics and the rant. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying with us, especially this beautiful Saturday in New York. I hope it's wonderful where you are. Thank you for being here. For a brief moment,
Stop deceiving us. It's not beautiful in New York. It's like 8 degrees centigrade, 8 degrees Celsius. Those within Nigeria.
what is
So
Celsius?
there's nothing great about that.
What is Celsius? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's 48. That's 48 in Fahrenheit. In Celsius, now like 8 degrees. So it's not fun.
All right. We don't care. It's fun for us. For a brief moment this week, there was a report, I think it was first published by Sahara Reporters, that former Governor Obiano died in London, which turned out to be false. I've been trying to reach...
Wait a minute, false?
Yeah, the man is alive. The man came out and spoke to people. For a moment, there was a moment that the whole country, people were calling out that people panicking over what happened to the Obiano, anything happened to Obiano, and he came out and said that he's alive.
It's not Mahamoud or America. I got from London. I came from Mahamoud. So we give God the glory. I see now when I say book about where I stayed in my life.
Yes.
I say he said through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
November 14, 2025. I feel you. I forgot what I give for me. What I give for me.
Amen.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Another story that is under the radar but is important is that Nigeria's Minister for Foreign Affairs appeared on Piers Morgan's show. The show is not out. I don't think. Maybe it came out today. I'm not sure how they release their shows. But already the minister, our minister, is not happy about his performance, and he started exchanging words with Morgan on social media. And Morgan wrote back and said, "Are you panicking over what you said, that you couldn't defend your government and what's going on in your country?" So it's something to look forward to. So watch out for that video when it's released. The minister came back and spoke like Wike and told Morgan that, "Oh, you were calling them Chibok boys, they are Chibok girls." You know, reduced himself to the level that I've never seen a minister of any serious country reducing themselves to that level, exchanging words. That's not how you cut the media. If you want to woo the media to be on your side, you don't talk that way. But obviously, the man is panicking about his performance in that interview. All right, so let's get to topic number 2, which will be brief. If you don't have, let me not say that. If you don't need to talk, if you don't want to talk, you don't have to talk. You know, so you can give. It's about Trump and the Epstein file. Whenever I bring up issues connected to Trump or America, it's always important to know that my goal is that when we look at it, how American society, institutions are handling a situation like that, we maybe think about our own institutions and how we handle things. Trump, for you, most of people know that he's in total control of the Republican Party. But yet, even at that, he's getting resistance, and there are people who are saying that we need to understand what happened in this situation. So, Mr. James, let me start with you. I know what you're going to say.
Unfortunately, I've read about those papers, but I don't know what it's about, frankly speaking.
Yeah. All right.
I have to sign out because it's now longer days and shorter nights in the Gambia.
Yes, yes. We appreciate you. Thank you so
Doctor,
much.
make I talk my own runaway. I dey go work. Very
Okay,
briefly.
okay. Hold on. I'll get to you. Mr.
Okay.
James, thank you so much for always being here, especially when I come in when it's in the morning time. I'm trying to prepare. I really appreciate that. And let me just use the opportunity to point out that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we are going to have pastor, evangelist, not pastor. I always mix them. Evangelist Ezekiel. That Chomo is joining us tomorrow to talk about what's going on in the Middle East, the Christian genocide, and all the other topics associated with that. So he will join us at 12:30 New York, 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time. So if you can join us tomorrow, we will host this man who has been fighting in the issue of Christians and what they go through in northern Nigeria. All right, let's see. In that case, let me go to Anne Lechuku. Welcome to the show. You're muted, Anne Lechuku.
Thank you, Rudolph, and everybody who has been on this show today, and everyone who has always been around. The essence of this program, I believe strongly, is that as Dr. Damages in the recap. Let me go with what we have on this on the table at the moment. I think still have other things I want to say talk about when it comes to my other time. On the Trump and the Epstein trial, this is my opinion. My opinion is that it is good just for the world to understand that America holds its leadership accountable. And for everyone to understand that the institutions are functional in America, the bastion of democracy, and that's what they preach. Yes, sometimes we might say they're overreaching, but that's the standard. Every country is expected to hold its leadership in account. That being said,
all right. Probably he said something that some people didn't like. Tony, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone on the panel and those watching. Yes, this Trump Epstein thing is something that is kind of shrouded in mystery. First of all, if you look at the death of Epstein, if you look at the sequence of the things that happened, first of all, there was a rumor that there was an attempted suicide, and then eventually he died. I mean, they say he committed suicide. There were people, the security that was around him to observe him, and the CCTV footages. There are parts of it that are missing. Someone who was supposed to be on duty was not on duty. So you could identify some lapses which seem to suggest that something untoward happened. But all that was swept under the carpet. If you look at Trump's pronouncement, initially when they asked him, whether he would acquiesce to a release of the details of the Epstein file, I said, oh, yes. But lately, now he's opposing it. He's working hard, working with Republicans to ensure that, all the attempts by Democrats to expose, to release all the details, 100%, without redacting anything, is done. So he's opposing it. We have seen a couple of people fingered, like Prince Andrew. Well, no longer Prince now because he's been derobed. We've seen his role. We saw some people in the aircraft with Epstein. Trump himself, we've seen pictures taken with him and Epstein, and he has made some pronouncements about Epstein and how he's his friend, and mentioned something about girls and so on and so forth. So the likelihood is that, from what we hear, is that Trump is somewhat connected. In fact, if you remember, I think, was it the Attorney General or someone, who told Trump that his name is mentioned, even though he denied that nobody told him. So it would appear that there are some big guns who are involved in this whole Epstein thing, and that the killing, the alleged suicide by Epstein was something that was orchestrated by someone to cover up tracks and make sure that certain names are not revealed and the role that they play, because it was a heinous crime. And you can see what happened with the lady that has been moved from maximum security to a place where they now say, it's more relaxed, a prison where he can even, be more relaxed, when you compare the offense vis-a-vis where he is now. You can see that it never happened. She's supposed to be in a place where, maximum security, not in a more relaxed prison as she is now. And there are speculations that someone is trying to see if they can grant her pardon. When they interviewed her, concerning Trump, she didn't indict Trump in any way. So the whole thing is contrived. You would think, as an observer, that there are things that they are hiding. And so I think the bubble is about to burst now. I think Republicans are buying into it. More Republicans are buying into it, that they want a total revelation, make a clean breast of everything. And just like the previous speakers said, that's where a place where institutions work. It doesn't matter where you belong, party where you belong. There are certain issues that you think that are not clear, not transparent. The public have a right to know. And I think that's what is going on now. There's a lesson for Nigeria to learn, how democracy is practiced, and that the leader, is not king, and he is subject to investigation, if they feel that he has committed something that is untoward. Now, let me rest the case there.
All right, thank you so much. Revolution now, you are next.
Yeah, for me, it's just a rant in 2 minutes. You see, the problem of in Nigeria, anything happens. I want to remind Mr. Paul, because he was trying to tell us what we already know. In Nigeria, anything can happen. So when you blame Wike for what he's doing, you forgot where are we playing? Where is the football field? The football match is happening in Nigeria. Impunity, power. I go do anything, you know, if you do me anything. So when I go, they compare Nigeria and America and all these things, like Okolala was saying, I go just laugh, say, which one Mr. Paul did say? You know where you dey now? In Nigeria, we dey. Likewise, what Mr. Rudolph just said now. He's trying to compare a whole Trump, now they see they attack him, where constitution works, where things works, where human beings, they use their brain. Nigeria, nothing works. So I want to say good night by telling you, say, only revolution now can save that country. Catch your phone.
All right, thank you, Revolution now. Ikolola, your next.
Okay. I don't wait till rant, but I have to point out your bias sometimes, Dr. Rudolph, with all due respect. When you have a view on a particular topic, you always try to push the narrative to your bias, because you now started playing videos that will, indict Wike because of his past antecedents. But when we started the topic, we faced it on a particular issue, but that aside. And now in terms of Trump, you see, let's give honor to whom honor is due. The Epstein file died, but the people decided it would not die. That is what is lacking in Nigeria. It's not that democracy does not work. If our people see things that are wrong and hold on their leaders accountable, because Amechi said it clearly. He said, we do the things we do because our people don't get angry. And he said it in face of the people. So Epstein file died. They even said there was no file existing. But it came to a point whereby some people who felt, no, this shouldn't just die. And the Epstein case now came back to life because one very big man, because we always say impunity as if it is in Nigeria alone, one very big man in Trump's administration was offended. Then he said, oh, this is why then he placed just one line on X. Trump's name is in Epstein file. Then everybody picked it up again. So you need that heavyweight sometimes to go against one heavyweight for democracy to work. And the people themselves are a very major heavyweight. But our people let things go. We move, there's a word they say, there's a way they say it. Let's move on. How long will we keep moving on? What are we moving on to? Where are we moving on to? So it's not as if when we say I'm going to say it again. When we say America, when we say Britain, when we say Australia, it's not as if these people, they are humans like us. But what happens to us is that what we should hold to say, no, this will not pass away. This has to be addressed and properly addressed without bias. We let it go. And when we let it go, it's in the elite's favor. They're happy if you let it go because within themselves, they can work things out. So that's just my take on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Before we go to the next person, let me just clear one thing. There are people who work behind the scene for me. And when you mention some videos, there were people who mentioned some videos we played and they sent it to me. And sometimes they will call me to make sure that I know that the videos are here and we play that video. But that's what Ikola interpreted to be Rudolph's bias. The videos we play were videos that you guys mentioned, not me. And he thinks that I'm keeping them in a store waiting for you, time to play. All right, but it's all right. It's okay. I understand that. We don't understand the behind the scene, what happens. But also you mentioned, you were talking about Musk, I think, that he was a man who brought about the Epstein file. It's important to remember that during the campaign, Trump promised Americans that he would release it. He promised. It wasn't. So it's not like we have to think that the reason why he's turning around now, not releasing it, is something that is surprising because he knew that he was there. The funny thing for me when I think about this is that think about Comey, the former FBI director, who was there when Trump was there. Comey must have seen what's in the files. And he knows what is there. People know. It's just that people don't want to say what they can't prove. Because if you are told, bring the proof, you don't have it. But they know what is there. All this shenanigan that Trump is doing is, what it is. But we see what happens because if you remember the Richard Nixon, and the whole process that led to his impeachment, it was something like this. People thought that it's going to go away. He tries to push it down, close it. We don't know how this will end, but we will see. But I don't think that I'm the one who is doing this magic. I'm not the one.
Yeah, but because in the case of Nixon as well, the people did not allow it go. They did not move on. They said if there is a fault, if there's a crime, someone has to be penalized. That is how it works.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so let me see. I want to Anne Lechuku to finish because he was saying something. He was cut off or his internet failed him. Okay. Anne Lechuku, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, gentlemen. Let me land up my case on that. As I was trying to explain, the institution in America works. The world, especially that relates to us as Nigerians, should be able to pick up those areas that is functional in other countries and in other societies that we want to be like and pick those examples. The ones that is not working in those countries that we want to be like, we let them go. Now, on the Trump thing, my opinion is that Trump, knowing who he is, being who he is, he may not, even if he is complicit or found whatever wanting in this particular file or in this matter, he may not willingly resign. And the Congress we have, just as Rudolph rightly said, and which is the same one we have in Nigeria, the Congress is invariably in the hands of Trump. They will impeach him. And moreover, they may not be able to have the number that is required for his impeachment. That's a likely possibility. So he may likely run out his term. And in a situation whereby he is impeached or he resigns, which is not very likely, question is who takes over from him? Is it J.D. Vance or who else? And I wonder what America would be like if a character like J.D. Vance is in control of the United States of America. So it's not such a wonderful thing. I believe that the law will take its course. The institution works. If it happens to be that at the end of the day he's culpable and is asked to leave or he's forced to leave, then imagine what the world will look like from there. But I don't see the likely and the possibility of him leaving the state because of this. Because he will always find his way around, just as unfortunately it looks like democracy is hijacked in America, just like the way it is in Africa. And that's just the unfortunate reality that we're living in.
All right, thank you. Let me just point out that we are far away from what you are talking about, what will happen at the end, because even if Congress, what could happen is if they vote this coming week and decided that they will release the files, it doesn't mean it's going to come out, because the Senate, they have to vote also and approve that. And then the president will, of course, veto it. For them to overcome a veto, they have to get 2/3. It's a long process. It may not happen. And I don't think that's the goal. What they are trying to prevent is really that they don't want even people to vote. They don't want senators and members of the House of Rep to vote to show whether they support or against any of this the release of the files. Yeah, somebody reminded us that I think he was, let me see, who was, Eccentricast reminded us that the files are not yet released. Yeah, what we're seeing recently has been emails from Jeffrey Epstein to different people where he mentioned that Trump, he's the only one that can bring down Trump, that Trump knew about the girls, that Trump spent some time with one of the victims in his house and stuff like that. So, all right. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Good morning, good evening, everybody. Dr. Damages, maybe I will join you in rant. I don't want to talk about that eat bekus in America. What am I going to do with it? It's just it is what it is. Like the last word you yourself spoke now, House of Rep will vote, Senate will vote, they take it to the president, he veto it, he go back again. That's it's going to be, who knows how many years it's going to take, So small time they give us more, somebody will leak something, we begin to talk about it, right? So, but it's good for democracy, right? Because at least if everybody can be able to be talking about Trump and the people who are involved, it's good. So you guys that live in the US, all of you eat bekus. So find you people can find the people that are involved, get them arrested. If they want to leave office, you fire them from office, right? They resign honorably, right? So I think for me, I will wait for during the time of ranting so that you people can talk about Epstein and his file. Okay?
All right, thank you. Eccentric Cast, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Yeah, how are you?
Good. So here's the thing. Using that as a pretext, or using that to claim that democracy works is kind of jumping the hoop. We jump into the conclusion like quickly. I feel like this is like a distraction. It's a form of distraction, I mean, ICE is arresting people, residents, like people that have correct documents and deporting them to foreign countries. Like, what kind of democracy is that? Like, we got to criticize, we have to be honest, man. We have to be honest. Like, this is not a proof that democracy works. It's window dressing. I mean, the medical coverage for people, is that Medicaid? Medicaid is going up. You know, Medicare is going on. It's going to affect a lot of people. You know, a lot of families that, you know, a lot of children. It's going to affect a lot of people, and that's reality. That's what's going on here. This is kind of like reality show type stuff. If I mean, obviously something, you know, this is something, you know what I mean? It shows the wrath, you know, among these elites that run the world. You know, they are pathetic people, you know what I mean? They are sleeping with minors. That's terrible. But that, by the way, you cannot use that to conclude that democracy works. You know what I mean? You can't use that to conclude democracy works. I mean, Trump is going after Comey and the oppositions, people that he doesn't like. He's using his DOJ. His DOJ is not his personal lawyer, but that's how he's using the DOJ. You know, like we are in a very interesting time. You know, like we are almost inching closer to fascism. Like basically, I mean, they're sending militaries, you know, to states that vote the Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, well, you know, like let's be honest here. You know, we're not going to use Nigeria as indices to measure how democracy works. I mean, you compare American democracy to other democracy that works. You can see that it's not perfect. Like democracy works, really? Like how do you come to that conclusion based on this? Like, you know, that's just the point I wanted to make.
Thank you so much. Let me just say that we've been trying to get people who supported Trump before the election to come on this show and tell us how he's doing. It's been difficult to see them come on this show, 90 Minutes Africa, so that we can talk to them. But we can't give up. We are still out there looking for those who will come and defend what has been going on. All right. Thank you so much, Eccentricas. We appreciate you. Osi.
Yes. Okay. So just a quick point regarding the first video you shared about the rumored death of Obiano. I have to say, I know you have a relationship with Sahara reporters, so I think I have to say that Sahara has been pushing a lot of junk lately. The Obiano hoax is just one of them. Before then, they just within this week, they also released another report that Tinubu's government will be needing about the $150 billion for vaccine for 2020.
I saw that.
That is 5 times Nigerian's budget. The budget for Nigeria in 2025 stands about 30-something billion. But then you say that they're asking for 150 billion. So that just does not, I mean, anybody who does basic due diligence in journalism will know that that will not obtain. Before then, they also carried a report that for any governor that defects, Tinubu will give them a 250 billion. I mean, come on. You know, I'm not a fan of Tinubu, but even looking at it, I know that also. I think there is something fundamentally flawed about, you know, the editorial, the editorial team in Sahara Reporter that somebody needs to, you know, maybe give a nudge to so that he needs to do some house rearrangements because they've been pushing out a lot of junks. But that's by the way. Now, coming to the issue of Trump, I think I quite align with the last speaker. I can't just say the name, eccentricast. Yeah, but I think the point he made, I totally agree with him. If anybody should be given an example of a working democracy, unfortunately, the U.S. as of today under Trump is not even anything close to that. You know, we're talking about the Epstein file. You know, there are still a lot we don't know, but what we do know, one, there was a relationship between Trump and Epstein. We saw it in the pictures. We saw it in some of the email exchanges where, like you rightly pointed out, they talked about the fact that one of the victims, who happens to be Virginia Mark IV, was spent time with Trump for a long time, you know, and a whole lot of other correspondence that was within at least the ones that has been released. But even pushing that aside, if a government has to fight this hard the way Trump is fighting through the Justice Department so as to suppress the release of those files, I mean, it tells you that whatever is contained in those files, very unsavory. It's not something that is going to be elevating him as a person, let alone being the president of the United States. U.S. democracy is at its lowest point as at this point. And again, last week I made the point. The fact that the president can just stand up and say, oh, I have directed the DOJ to investigate the Democrats who may have some links with the Epstein files. That is just like you using the Justice Department as your personal retainership that you can just call up anytime and then they'll be able to do to your bidding. And even as we're speaking now, the U.S. is almost being run like just the way we talk about Russian oligarchs, putting on the Russian oligarchs. That is basically how the U.S. is being run now, because you have Trump and all these billionaires, many of them from the Silicon Valley and all those things. They just sit down and decide on what they need to do, and then they launch a very powerful disinformation campaign so that the average person won't even understand. They will just quote it to himself. As we speak now, the U.S. is amassing an armada of force in the Caribbean Sea. The USS Ford, which is the U.S. biggest aircraft carrier, is in the Caribbean now. They have 15,000 strong U.S. men army there. The news filtering out is that any moment from now, they might launch an invasion of Venezuela. This is what is happening now. And all these things is happening without the imprimatur from the Congress. It's just one man and his bunch of billionaire friends deciding that this is what they're going to do. But anyway, I guess before I say too much, I think I will step for now. I'm still in the country here, but don't say my location.
Thank you so much. But let me ask you, OC and Eccentricus, this issue of, because I don't hear that a lot, and I don't hear from people, this issue of killing people on the sea, people who are in boats. There's a confirmed case of a family of fishermen, just ordinary fishermen, that were killed by U.S. military because they were just there fishing. The idea that the greatest country in the world, the most powerful country in the world, can no longer arrest people on a small boat when they have aircraft carriers, they have all this, and they have to kill them without trial. And that should be the standard that they are showing to the world, that Europeans are saying, no, we can't support this. I don't know what you guys make of it.
Yeah, so, okay, I guess if I have to take, so, see, all this, again, like we were saying before now, there's a lot of things that is going on. The one you referred to, I think they've killed about 80 people from all those attacks on small boats. And what they're claiming is that the U.S. is at war with international drug criminal gangs. And because they label it as a war, they don't, there are a lot of permission they don't have to get to Congress, because then now you're fighting a war. When you're fighting a war, it's wartime, and there are certain things that this commander-in-chief decisions that the commander-in-chief will take even before approaching Congress for the approval. And if you tie it to this thing that is happening, this planned possible invasion of Venezuela, then things will start, because it's also a way they are trying to align some of their forces. Of course, they're trying to do it very shortly, so that when they're ready, they will just strike. They're doing all those things, accusing Venezuela and all those things. But a good part of it is coming from Mexico, the southern border. But they don't seem to be interested in talking about that. All they talk about the southern border is the immigration issues. So you find out that at the end of the day, there were a lot of smoke screens that they just using as a pretext to inching closer to Venezuela to do what they need to do. So that's the way I see it.
All right, thank you, OC. Eccentricus.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like a Monroe Doctrine, at play. And I mean, if you recall, there was incidents where they killed some people on the boat, and there was one survivor, and they actually arrested a guy, brought him in here, and deported him back to his country. So that's kind of fishy. If those guys are actually drug dealers and whatever, terrorists or whatever, and you caught one of them and then send them back, what does that tell you about what's going on, right? It's pretty pathetic, man. And I think this genocide going on in Israel kind of set precedents. We're kind of desensitized with death. You know what I mean? Like seeing people get killed, they're just people are maimed just recklessly, right? It kind of desensitized people. Like, I mean, killing like people riding on a boat, most of the fishermen, like even if they are drug dealers, you're not supposed to kill on the international water. You're not supposed to do that. It's against the international law. Like, this is insane. This is insanity, right? But I mean, the main aim is to invade Venezuela, of course. You can have your belief about Maduro or whatever, but does it really matter? Like, if you invade Venezuela right now, it's going to be a long war. It's going to be a long conflict. Venezuela, I don't know how people imagine Venezuela, the territory itself. I don't know how people imagine it. It's not a small country. It's like Vietnam, pretty much. Like, this is going to be a long war, a long conflict that will have like a lot of ramifications, in terms of immigration, and it will have a lot of ramifications. I mean, the aim is to, of course, get the resources. I mean, that's your democracy. This is your champion of democracy. Like I said on the comment section, we talk about, this is how democracy is practiced, but these guys installed dictators in the global South from way back when, before I even was born. They install dictators in the global South. If they are champions of democracy, why did they install Tinubu? If they're champions of democracy, why did they install Tinubu and told Jonathan to not run again? This is your champion of democracy. Why did they destroy Libya? The destruction of Libya is what's causing the problem that we have in the north and in the Sahel region. These are the champions of democracy that we're talking about here. Like, we have an issue. We have a problem here. You know what I'm saying? And I hope there's going to be a paradigm shift. What's going on? It's going to people wake up from this. You know what I mean? I feel like this is a time, and it's like when like some people say, things cast shadow. It's like the shadow that we're seeing. The worst part of humanity is showing up right now. You know what I mean? A lot of massacre things going on in Sudan and in Gaza. And of course, Venezuela is probably going to be next. Like, that's the timeline we're in, and it's a very terrible timeline. It's pretty depressing. It's really, really depressing. I mean, you get bombarded with this information 24/7, and it's like, I mean, the effect it has on your mental state, and then of course the medical care here, it's not cheap. You're not going to go to hospital and go, hey, I need drug for depression or whatnot. You get fleeced by it. You get fleeced, by thousands, and thousands of dollars come out of your pocket for that. This is too much, man. It's too much. Like, we are in a very terrible time, and I believe I'm very altruistic. I believe that the future is going to be better. This is like the so-called dark time. I hate using dark, man, to signify evil. This is the great time that we're in, right? After all this, hopefully our children and our grandchildren will have a better future. They're gonna look back at us and go, "What did you guys do? You guys are crazy." And they're gonna create a better future. Honestly, that's what I hope for, and I believe it will happen. Anyway, that's my point. That's my rant.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, can I just one half a minute? Just chip in something. I think it's important that we draw a line between the character of a leader and the institution in which he operates. I think there are two differences. So we can't mix it up. If a leader is behaving a particular way, you have institutions there to check what he's doing. So I think we shouldn't just mix it up.
I saw what Pansat is saying about institutions and checks and balances, but they are not working in America. At this point, they are not. The Supreme Court is not checking anything. The Congress is not checking anything. So if you were talking about that, everything is collapsing at sinking. If it's just the presidency that is not behaving well, wouldn't we be worried? But when Nixon was there, the Supreme Court saved the day. If we had the kind of Supreme Court we have now, when Nixon was in trouble, Nixon would have finished his term. Nothing would have happened to him. But the Supreme Court has said, no, you can't do this. You know, the fact that you're president doesn't mean that you can destroy the tapes. The fact that you're president doesn't mean that you are free to do certain things without anybody checking on you. So we don't have that. That's why people are panicking. That's why people feel that democracy is in danger. All right, Paul, go ahead. You're next.
It makes me laugh when they talk about all this institution. It's even funny. Doctor, you make mention of the Supreme Court during Nixon and every other thing. Remember, it's the Nixon due to the promise that JFK promised black people and every other thing that they didn't do, that Nixon kind of achieved and every other thing. He also cost him in trouble too, another way around. You understand? He also caused him in trouble. So it may not even be institution. It may also be, let us use this institution to damage this man for him to go this far with what he did. You understand? So these guys are not as clean as you might think. And it makes me feel bad because Bill Clinton left this country with surplus, you understand, due to war from Bush and everything. We have $38 trillion debt. You understand? These lobbyists, this Chevron, Shell, and the Boeing of this world that want to sell weapons, this lobbyists, they use this government institution to threaten this country so that they can get access to these things and everything. It will cost America more debt, but this corporate small company will make good amount of money. They will declare, they will make surplus. Go and see what Lockheed Martins is making, Raytheon, Boeing, the kind of money they are making. You understand? And America is going down. We are losing everything. You understand? They complain with these small supports that they support poor people. It's not helping the country called America. You understand? It's just the lobbyists and everything. This is no democracy. We don't have any good Congress. Trump has successfully hijacked Congress and everything. They can't do nothing. You understand? So this is no democracy. And what Trump is doing with Venezuela, Trump is no different from the right, from the left, the previous president. He is no different. I wish Ekene is here, the way they pride themselves, forefather, they pride themselves, no war, no war, no war. Doctor, when you see Trump take his time to read about Nigerian politics, African politics. He loves those type of power that African presidents have. He loves those type of power. In fact, he even have kids like them, 3 wives with 5 kids. You understand? He abuse women like them. No different. When you come to the West, he like power like them. He's going to war. You understand? When he finished with Venezuela, he will also face Colombia too, and everything. He did the same thing to some extent with Mexico. You understand? But thank God, Mexico just have a nice president. You understand? Claudia Sheinbaum. I think I missed the other surname. Claudia Sheinbaum. I can't remember. She said something. She said, Mr. President, what makes these guys that do drugs, this mafia, so powerful? It is the weapons in their hand. And all the weapons in their hand is coming from the US. How about you stop the weapon that they are also moving from the US to Mexico? Then it will be hard for these mafians to do the things that they're doing. You understand? So whenever the American want to talk about Mexico is bringing drugs, then she's also replied that too. You two are supplying these mafians weapons. You know, so she plays the game very well. You understand? So Trump is no different. You understand? And he does all these things for this lobbyer, these big oil companies and the likes, not for the interest of America. Because America have a lot of oil too that they've not even explored. Not that they don't have, but these guys want somewhere they can take these things very cheap and be in control. Remember, the Aramcos of this world, the Saudi Arabia of this world, why they are doing well? Because they have their own oil company, not the Chevron, the Shell of this world that is controlling all those things. You understand? Where you see the Chevron and the Shells of this world, good percentage of place they find themselves, they abused it. You understand? That is what they want to go do in Venezuela. You know, that's my take for now.
All right, thank you. We're going to round up this Trump conversation, whether it's Epstein file or the killing of people on the sea or any other Trump issue, and go into rant. So I beg everybody, if I call on you, to quickly weigh in so that we can move to rant. Ovia.
You always have cause to change the time when it is my time. I'm telling you, my lawyers are at the background, just they watch you.
Dr. Dameji, I know you are a good teacher. I know you are a good teacher because from your class, you tell your students to listen to everybody, even the mad ones and Igbo smokers like us. But when you come here, you are trying to sway them away from listening to me. See, I don't tell this thing before. Somebody is talking about Monroe Doctrine. From the beginning, day one, if you remember, I was arguing with Dr. Emmanuel from Germany that to understand Trump administration, you need to understand the 5th and the 25th president of America, James Monroe and McKinley. I said it here. So Trump is pretty much Monroe Doctrine, which is to beat as in no competition within the America, their spheres of influence. So what you are seeing in Venezuela, now the guy must go. It's either he run or they take him out. It's already concluded. No be say so every other thing that Shenanigans has already been signed. There's nothing the man will do. Whether fights to death or him making take off. That is the choice that is there for him at this point. It is unfortunate, but that's the reality of things. You're talking about Nixon. Nixon was pretty much a cover-up, right? So that's why my own question here is that this Epstein file of a thing, what are they trying to cover up? Because with what the Supreme Court passed in June last year, empowering the presidents to pretty much do and undo, I understand the Epstein case is an issue that took place before he got to power. But if you empower the presidency with so much power that's never been before, I mean, every other thing is pretty much at play. So if he is the target, why? Knowing that constitutionally cannot come back and all that. So if he is not the target, then what next? Because that of Richard Nixon, what they are trying to cover was what the term as a COINTELPRO, that's counterintelligence program that FBI was carrying out to assassinate pretty much the civil rights leaders and pretty much whole list of people there. Even I think they started taking out Hampton and all that. So there was a bigger cover-up that we are trying to do. What is it called? Nixon was just pretty much maybe at the wrong place at the wrong time as a president, because successive president covered it up from pretty much 1956 to 71. So he was just there and attempt to pretty much do what the successors were doing, but got caught up in not that the Watergate did not happen, but what they were trying, what they cover was bigger than pretty much, and they were able to actually engineer the people to pretty much speak out in the way people are doing right now. So when you give people credit that the people are actually pushing for the Epstein fight to come out and all that, that's a fact. But as far as I'm concerned, with the times that we are in, right, with the agenda that is pretty much, you're not hiding it, and the war mood, this is the way the war must go. I think there's a bigger thing there than what we are seeing right now. So as for Trump, if you actually follow these two presidents' history, or if you go care to read the project 2025, or not, if nothing happen now, we will surprise. It's already been put out there for everybody to actually follow. Because it will happen.
All right, thank you, Ovie. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell.
Yeah, how you doing, Rudo?
Hi, all good.
Okay. So we're talking about what? Trump, Venezuela, Colombia. What are we talking about?
Anything Trump, anything about Trump. That's
okay. Well, so let's start with the elephant in the room, right? The Epstein files. What does conventional wisdom tell us is happening right now? Well, if we look at how all of this started and what people were making a big fuss about, it first started with, well, at least up until this year and last year, with the complaints that the Israelis had too much influence on the United States government. This is where the problem first started off. Then this led to the government, assisted by certain billionaires like Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel, and even up to Elon Musk manipulating algorithms. It led to them deciding that the best way to stifle dissent from anti-Israeli or anti-Zionism opponents was to start buying up businesses they felt was influencing public policy, like TikTok, news media like PBS, which Larry Ellison and his son have bought now, or at least
Yes, PBS, not PBS.
CBS, yeah. Well, no, actually, they want to buy PBS too. They actually do want to buy. Huh?
I said, oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, they actually do want, but they actually are in the. Have made bids on PBS. So I think they've practically bought it. TikTok, PBS. So yeah, I got through for a little second. So this is what conventional wisdom tells us is about to happen. They want to frame a narrative, and why are they eager to frame a narrative? Well, I think common sense will tell us that if the Epstein files ever come out, then Israel would lose the grip, the hold, and the control that it has over the United States government, and this is why they're fighting tooth and nail for it not to come out. As if that's not bad enough, just last week here during Netanyahu's corruption trial, which hasn't even been concluded, it's about halfway reached, Donald Trump wrote a letter to President Herzog of Israel, basically telling him, not asking him, to pardon Benjamin Netanyahu if he's inevitably convicted. This led to a pushback by members of the Knesset, warning America and telling them the equivalent of senators and congressmen in the United States, warning the United States, telling Donald Trump, listen, we are a sovereign country, we are a sovereign nation, you should not be bringing your American-style politics to Tel Aviv. It led to a little diplomatic spat, which wasn't really covered by Western media. Now, I think as I would assume most of us on here are parents, and I would assume most of us on here abhor sexual deviancy. For those that support Donald Trump, I think you should look in the mirror right now. Look in the mirror and tell yourself, there's nothing wrong in a man realizing that he erred. What is wrong is when a man has erred and decides to keep going on in ignorance. Look yourself in the mirror. Tell yourself that you were wrong. Tell yourself that you were wrong. We know the evidence hasn't come out. You're waiting for the evidence. And even if the evidence comes out, you're going to make excuses for this man. There's rumors actually right now that there was something between him and Bill Clinton. We don't know how true that is. We don't know if it's just people just being ignorantly jocular. But what we know now from people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, which Trump actually has resigned his support from. Marjorie Taylor Greene, people like Peter Macy, or Thomas Massey, is that if we even had an idea, the sort of deviancy that is in those files, certain Congress people cried during congressional hearings when they had a little, they saw a little bit of what was in there. So it's not just little girls that were supposedly abused or allegedly abused. There's also little boys involved. And I think as parents, you have to be disgusted. You have to be unhappy. And if you are on American soil, you have to vent your anger. I'm not saying violence now. I'm just saying you have to vent your anger and let it be known. We do not want this kind of people in charge. They should release these files. Let's know who the dealers are. Let's know who the child molesters are. Let's know who the rapists are. And let's ostracize them from sane society. We don't want this kind of thing. And if you should, at this point, if you actually do still support this man with all his attempts to cover up what is going on, look in the mirror, be ashamed of yourself, and maybe have a retrospect and try to change, because you're really not a good person if you still support this nonsense that we know is about to explode America. But in a nutshell, I think this should be released. I think America, we should not have foreign influence impugning our democracy. I think we should ease our way away from foreign control. When I say foreign control, I mean Israeli control. And once we can do that, the release of this file is going to finally free America, and a lot of all these senseless wars that we found ourselves in at the bickering and the behest of Israel, at least in the last 35, 40 years, will ultimately cease. And this is my utmost belief, and this is why I really, really want these files to be released.
All right. Thank you so much to Nigeria's once brain cell. Mazpara, you are the last on this topic, and we will go to Rant. Unless I miss
Yeah,
you. If I miss
thank you
you,
very
please let
much.
me know.
I don't have much. I don't have much to say about Trump. I'm a pro-Trump, and I'm not ashamed of support. Liking him or supporting him. Everybody has made a mistake in his life, and as we speak, nobody knows exactly what is in this paper. Even what I read here, some Democrats who are longing to, who are trying to become American president in the future after Trump, even don't want this paper to be opened, because this paper, if at all it exists, it has a lot of implications. It involves a lot of both Democrats, both Republicans. So the people, some of the people who are lobbying not to open this, are not even only Republicans but Democrats. I am pro-Trump, so I'm not ashamed of him. Whatever he does, it doesn't really bother me. I mean, his private life doesn't bother me. And somebody talking about Israel. I know where that young man is going to. We're talking about Trump, and they talk about Israel. So for me, Trump has his own, faults, which everybody. I have my own fault. Rudolph, you have your own fault. So let us wait and see if this paper is going to be published and who are involved in the so-called scandals. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mazapara. Let me just point out that hold on. Whoever is speaking, I can't see you, but whoever is speaking, let me just point out that the Democrats are voting in support of this release of this. So it's not really about party. There are about 90% of American population who are voting and saying they want this opened. They don't care about which party you belong to.
Not every Democrat anyway.
Yeah, it can be everybody. It's not all
Republicans. So let them vote for it, and let's see.
Yeah, that's
so. Something briefly.
Who is speaking? Anene.
Yeah, just briefly on this matter.
Okay.
I see. Incidentally, it looks like what a time to be involved in these two great countries of the world. Now, America and Nigeria. Look at the similarities, the characters leading the two countries. These are the issues. America's advantage is that the institutions are already in place. In as much as it's being hijacked, but institutions will eventually work to an extent, to bring corporates, to make them, bring accountability to the actions and activities they've had in the past. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria. Question is, what is wrong in a file that has to do with an American citizen not being opened? There are issues on that particular incident that they had in the past. People were molested. American citizens involved in this matter. Why will anybody stifle its release? Whatever that has to do with the investigations on it. It's just like Tinubu's case of drug dealings and his records in the past. Why would he stifle it? It is that dishonesty in leadership, not being accountable to your past. Your past tells us your present and your future. Irrespective of whoever that has done wrong or did right, don't let us know what you did. Show remorse if it is possible and be accountable for it for once. So I see a lot of similarities Nigeria and America in this situation. The leaders, the characters in leadership. And that is what we need to address. Americans are addressing their situation. Americans are addressing the situation with Trump and America. So should Nigeria also address the situation with their president, Tinubu, and where the Nigerian trajectory is going to go. America is fighting for the survival of democracy in America. The structure and institutions they have built is what they are trying to preserve. And that's why every right-thinking American will want these files to be open so that everybody will see what is in it. If the leadership is culpable, then they'll be held accountable.
All right.
The way to punish them depends.
Go ahead. Oh, all right. His internet's cut off at the right time. Thank you, everybody. We have to, I see you, Dexter. We will start with you when we go on rant, but we have to go on rant so that we can let the other show go on.
Please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right, welcome back. I can't find the video that was playing, and I know it was playing, but I don't know where it was. Still, I don't know how to take it out, but something is wrong. But we are about to start the rant, so we give everybody a minute, no, 2 minutes to rant on anything you have in mind that you are not happy about. It's an opportunity to rant about that. Unfortunately, I still can't take out this video off the screen. My technical people, if you are behind the scene, if you know how this could be done, this is beyond me. This has never happened. But let me start. Dexter, welcome to the show. I believe they will soon figure out how to take it out. Okay, yeah. Dexter, welcome to the show. Dexter, are you there? No? Oh. All right.
There's no here.
Okay, maybe he left. All right, let's start the rant. Let me start with you. Where is Ovie? Ovie is not here. Let me start with you, Ike. I'm looking at the faces that might have something to give us. Ike, let's go.
Doctor, my rant is all about, please, are you confirmed authoritatively about the fate of Obiano? Because
Obiano is alive.
Conflicting, huh?
He's alive.
He's alive.
Yes, I'm doing well. He's not. He wasn't in the hospital. He wasn't in. Obiano was not in London. Obiano was not in any. He was at home in Houston.
Okay, thank God for that. How could such news fly out in like that? But it's good. It's good that he's alive. No, my rant is all about. What happened between Wike and the army officer. I had everybody, I was listening when they were everybody was saying the opinion, I think that if we are living in an organized society by today, I don't think Minister Wike is supposed to continue still be a minister in the federal government of Nigeria. But I think I want to dare Mr. Tinubu, if he can be able to fire Wike. I dare him to fire Wike from his cabinet. That is a very big challenge I'm giving Mr. Tinubu. If he said that he has balls on his two legs, let him fire Mr. Wike. You know, so that is you know, we Nigerians, we should be, all of us, be ashamed of ourselves that this is what is happening in our own country. You know, the man who is an aburo, you know, when he drinks his kai, he think Wike is just, Wike feel that he is above the law in Nigeria, that nobody can do anything to him, and that is what is playing out. And that's why I'm challenging your Mr. Tinubu. If he has balls, let him fire the man, because I think he has done so much. He has done a lot in Nigeria that this time around, with all this, in as much as the military man, you know, he was not supposed to be there. Wike himself, we said he's a minister. There are proper channels that you try to do things, and all of a sudden, a military young man was standing between Wike, and he suppressed Wike and make him look stupid, to the point that Wike has to be calling somebody. You can imagine, you want to call the chief of army staff or chief of defense staff, standing before a young boy or a young military officer, that he could not handle a young military officer. He need to call the man that is the highest on top. That is to tell you, you know, how Nigeria had descended into the gutters, you know. And this is something, I don't blame people who are playing music with what happened. You know, music, the Nigerian musicians, they have already composed different kinds of music with what happened. You know, this is a country that sometimes when we try to talk about what is going on in this country, people think that you hate your country. You don't hate your country. This is not what you see anywhere. I mean, it's I really, listen, it's just sad. You know, it's sad it's happening in our country, but what can anybody do? These people, like as they used to say, they are not up to, probably they are not up to 2 million people. But they're the people that are ruling about 150 to 250 million people. They are in charge of a country. But I think that what other Nigerians, it shows that Nigerians are paying attention to what is going on in their country. You know, so you know, it's sad, Dr. Damages, that we all are still Nigerian. You know, if not, I don't think that this man is supposed to continue to be the minister of Abuja. You know, the position of minister of Abuja is just like your New York. You know, you have a governor, but the mayor of New York is so powerful. You know that is the state of what the country we find ourselves. A minister who will go outside and represent your country with green and white green, he was behaving like the tat in the Mushi bus stop. You know, so this is what we have found. But I just pray that Nigerians will continue to stand up and know that that country, we need to filter it to make it a better country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's hear from Tony.
Yeah, I think I agree with Ike. I agree with Paul, because I think procedurally, what Wike did was wrong. It was shameful. The way I look at it is that I have tenants in my property, and they have not paid. Maybe one or two people have not paid for 2-3 months. And then the next day I get a carpenter and I get a workman to begin to take away the windows and the doors. It can happen. Can do it, even though that's my property. You know, so I think Wike was wrong. I think the whole issue was just about title, whether the title is valid or not valid. And there are procedures, there are ways to deal with it. Shouldn't have put the nation in this kind of opprobrium. This kind of altercation should not have happened. And Wike seemed to have a history with retired military people. I mean, there's the case of, if you remember, Colonel Paul Ogbebo, whose estate also, you know, was invaded by Wike, and there was a whole lot of issues, you know, over that. And then on August 7th, He had an issue with an Air Commander Abayomi Balogun. Wike just went in there, no notice, no information was given. The man's investment, a retired military person, and then pull down everything that is got. Who does that? Even if it's illegal, who does that? You won't even allow him to take out anything from his property. And the man is still there. And then before this case that we see, Gambo's property, I think there's something wrong. And this is an impunity. This is impunity repeatedly that we've been seeing in the country. You play that of Lagos State, the same thing, the same pattern. You saw Umahi when they were talking about this Lagos Calabar coastal highway. The same thing, the same process, the same procedure. Why can't we just, why can't we subject ourselves to best practices? The thing that we see the way it is done elsewhere. So it's the whole system, needs to really to be brought down, and we begin to rebuild it again, because this is wrong, and they made Nigeria a laughing stock. So it's not the question of whether Wike is the governor and he has rights, is acting on behalf of the entire procedure. I mean, and to go there like an agboro, or to go there like a APC bouncer or Monile, is disgraceful. It means he doesn't even have things to do. So I agree with Ike that I'm trying to see what the president, if we have leadership, because all these things that have been happening, we don't see the president. I want to see what leadership is going to do. Thank God for those people who are telling Wike in the military and retired and Nigerians who are saying you didn't do well. I think he should own up to say, I'm sorry. And he has not done that. He was just grandstanding and denying the things that are obvious. Let me stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. And before we continue, let me just inform you, somebody suggested at the end we are going to vote. Maybe the people in the comment section will vote on the best rant. So pay attention on how people are delivering their rants, and we'll see who will be the best at the end. All right, Gozuka, you're next.
Good evening.
Evening.
Good evening, everyone. Happy weekend. I came to rant, and this is rant time, Abby.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Very good. I came to rant. So for the past few days on Twitter has been on fire because of Ezra Olubi. And that is why I came to rant. See, Nigerians, hypocrisy will kill us. Concern me, I go later benefit from this wahala. I just shut up. Now it will kill us last. Ezra is a big fish. So all the tech bros and all the tech sis on Twitter, if you see the way they are avoiding that topic as if it is a plague, they don't want to say anything because it concerns one of their own, and they don't want to be touched in any way. They don't want to be seen as a snitch. They don't want to be seen as a sellout. Tomorrow, if they go to pitch their startup, Ezra will call somebody in the room and tell them, that guy, when I had that scandal, that guy said something nasty about it on Twitter. Don't listen to him. Don't hear his proposal. Don't let him pitch anything to you. He's a useless fellow. That is why most of them are their silence is so loud that despite being called out, one of the women involved with him, when she eventually found the courage to speak, she couldn't even call his name. She couldn't even mention his name. 5 whole paragraphs of nonsense. Anuloma could not mention Ezra's name. And the thing got me thinking, it's not just them. It's a general thing with Nigerians. Nigerians don't want to, when there's something going on, when there's a scandal, when there is like this wicked thing now, there are people that do not want to say anything about it. Same thing with Regina and Ned Nwoko. There are people that don't want to say anything about it. Why? Because of crumbs. Why? Because when you check it, their beggy attitude, they fit don't dey inside that person inbox, don't beg am money. They fit still they beg the person for money. They fit still they hope say they go beg the person for money. Beggy and hypocrisy na go kill Nigerians. And until we leave this beggy and hypocrisy hypocritic attitude, you know go better for us at all. Because there's no way. I expected there are people that every single time I go on I refresh their profile because I know how they used to, pardon my French, lick his ass all of a sudden, and they're now trying to gaslight us with friendship code. You don't call out your friends in public. Who say? But we see you calling out public officials. Don't those ones, don't they have friends? You call out public officials when when they are caught up in the news for the wrong reasons. You sow threats and threats on Twitter because of those people. Now you don't reach one of our own turn. All of a sudden, there is a code of silence. Now that will matter. Now that code of silence, now that will matter. Now it will kill all of them. We're waiting for them. You see this week on Twitter, I am not going to back. Even if I don't do anything else, I'm going to go back to Twitter and be reminding them they're all hypocrites and na beggy and e go reach my turn soon attitude na im go kill them. That is my rant.
Thank you so much, Ngozika, for that. That's a story that we didn't bring up on the show, but I'm happy you brought it up this way.
I can give you a rundown. Oh, I can give you free rundown in 5 minutes.
Maybe the next show we want to continue the rant so that it won't confuse you at the end, because you know you come back and say these things. Anna, let you go ahead.
Yeah, let me take that from where Ngozika stopped. You see, I never knew that the social media space is something else on X. I deliberately refused to be part of it, but until recently, I had to get involved. But it's so toxic. Anyway, now in Lagos, for those of us who lived in Lagos, you have Aburu. Now, also, I have lived in Port Harcourt in the days of yore. And what we had in the days of yore in Port Harcourt are what we call panickers. So Wike is a panicker and he's an Aburu. So that's just what he's exhibiting. It is the exhibition that he's actually, bringing to the public. I had an interesting news. I don't know if it's a headline, but I haven't followed it up details. That PDP had expelled Wike, Fayose, and Sam Anyanwu. And if it is, that is what I had once said in the past, that when the owners of PDP wakes up, they will clip Wike's wing. They just allowed him to, misbehave for too long. So if this is true, then that's the right thing they need to do, because Wike cannot control PDP. It would be very irresponsible of the leadership of PDP that had produced 2 presidents that had served for 16 years plus, Nigeria for the longest in democracy, in this current democratic dispensation, to allow somebody who cannot even articulate himself to wreck a party like PDP. So they have done the right thing, and that is a good thing, a good way to go. They need to have the PDP back, because that's, for me, that's the only party for now that has this national structure to really rescue Nigeria from APC and Tinubu. Now, the thing that is going on is just this. Tinubu is using Wike, and Wike is using Tinubu. So that's just the problem right now. I doubt if Tinubu will fire Wike, because especially if this is true, that Wike is no more in PDP, if they have expelled him, then it will become a veritable tool for him, and co. Now, I'll take this other way on P2B. A whole lot of things are being said about P2B. He doesn't do this, or he doesn't do that. The thing is, every Nigeria who wants a functional Nigeria should make Nigeria work. It is not what P2B does or what P2B doesn't do. Every Nigeria that wants Nigeria to work should use P2B as a tool to rescue their country. It is not his inadequacies and his handicaps. Left for me, if Nigeria is to have a cent in politics, P2B should have a halo on his head as a cent in Nigerian politics. Nobody comes close. I'm not an obedient. I don't intend to be. But if what I have seen so far is what prevails, then I have no option but to support someone like P2B or any other Nigerian like him, like that. These are the Nigerians so far we as Nigerians can use to rescue our country and put it on the right trajectory that it can work for all Nigerians. Let us really leave this idea of P2B has done this or P2B has done the other one. And those who are trying to pull him down, think again if you want your country to be functional or not.
All right, thank you. I am giving everyone 3 minutes so that we can get to everybody and round up. I know you have, but you can also rant on any topic. So don't think you have to go in and join issues with someone who was there before you. Dexter, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I've been listening in the background. I think this ranting section. Yeah. You know, I think one of the biggest in the Nigerian context, first of all, the whole Wike saga. Wike is a product of everything that is wrong with Nigeria. That's what it is. I mean, so we are complaining now. That doesn't solve any problem. It doesn't solve. We have created a monster, and Wike is just a mini school of that monster we have created. And the way systems work is like a body. Just imagine your body. When something is wrong with your body, the way the body is made, the body has to start fighting. The white blood cells have to start fighting to correct it. And I think that what happened with Wike shows us the difficult trajectory Nigeria is on. And I've been saying it here. There's a generation that will not take the rubbish that most of the people from the 50s, 60s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and large part of the 80s have taken. It's a young generation, and it was evident when that young boy came here solely because they are frustrated with Nigerians who are hypocritical. We are mediocres. There's a generation that has been mediocre and hypocritical, accepting garbage. Look at the Nigerian national team. Old allowances. Some of us work in the Western world where after 28 days you get your pay. But I was listening to a radio station where an old man, that man is definitely in his 50s or 60s, saying that he doesn't care whether they pay the boys their allowances. All he cares about is give me the World Cup ticket. How did we get to that point? That people will come to play, their legal deals will not be given and people will justify it. Nigerians like me and you, we justify it. Say, qualify us for the World Cup. And it is, look, the sickness of Nigeria is going to hemorrhage into every facet of the society. I remember last year, Dr. Damages, I said something about, when we were talking about insecurity in Nigeria and Boko Haram, and I said something that everybody will collect, like that thing will move down to the middle belt, and they will collect, all of them, and it's going to go to the southwest. You see this thing that is happening, it will hit the southwest very soon. Let me tell you why. The moment you plant a seed of injustice, it will not be affecting you today, but you kept quiet, you close your eye to it, it will grow. At a point in time, the growth will hit you. It will hit you. When there was a pogrom in Nigeria, there were Christians in northern Nigeria. They kept quiet because they felt that, okay, we're chasing away these foreigners, we get the benefits. But what happened? That thing, that monster they allowed has grown big. It has started eating them. I heard them say, oh, pogrom, oh, they are killing people. I'm not supporting the genocide, don't get me right. I don't support it. But you see, justice in Nigeria cannot be selective. It cannot be. And many of us here don't, the problem in Nigeria is that, I said, Dr. Amid, there is a generation in Nigeria you cannot redeem. Irredeemable. They see the truth, they see black, they call it white. That white that they have called it, tomorrow they will call it yellow. Irredeemable generation. No objectivity. They just tell lies. It's everywhere. They lie about everything as long as their own benefits, their stomach, their interest is what they want. And that is what is going to happen. The killing in this killing, it's not about sending military. It's about the injustice system, the system of injustice that is embedded. That even some of us, you see, that the problem with that system is that some people were born into it, were told that they are a living version of that injustice. That even when they see the truth, they cannot see it. And that is, so until we come here and start saying the truth as it is, objectively. The other day I was asking what is his name, AY, was talking about how Nigeria is divided. And I asked him a simple question. Objectively tell me on what he couldn't say it. He started jumping around. He says, is the example. And many of us here are embedded in that system.
All right, Dexter, thank you so much. Stay humble, Eunice.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure once again, to come here and rant. As you called it, it's a great opportunity to say my view. All right. Once again, good evening, everyone. So the last speaker talked about the monster we created. I, disagree with that a little bit because that is making Nigerians culpable for the misdemeanor of these puppets that we are installed by Washington, D.C., 10 Downing Street, etc. We didn't create them. They just replaced the colonial masters and the imperialism continues. So don't hold Nigerians responsible for their misbehavior. That's one. And then also you mentioned the national team. In fact, each time, yes, we've always had problems with bonuses, allowances. But now we've even degenerated to the point that we can't even host even an African inter-house competition. Nigeria is so infrastructurally deficit that we can't even host under 17 women tournament in Africa. We are that bad, no facilities. It's just something. And then he said, oh, the Southwest will soon be affected. What are you saying? Did you not live in Nigeria? The Southwest is in a shambles, just like every other part of Nigeria. Go to Oyo, where I stayed for, a few weeks, worked for a few weeks. Back then, nothing, no social amenities, everybody so wretched, So when some of you just go to somewhere in Lekki or Banana Island and you say that the Southwest is living in paradise, where is that coming from, really? So back to the Wike issue, there are a few things that we could glean from what happened. One is that there are classes of citizens in Nigeria, if you even want to use the term citizen. First class citizens, the Hausa Fulanis. Second class, the Yorubas. Third class, the other ones. Fourth class, Igbos. That's what Wike is an Igbo, and he's a fourth class citizen. He probably didn't realize that. Then he went to challenge a first class citizen of Nigeria, and he got, his, fair share of the water, as some people will call it. These are guys that are being prepared to lead you in future. The Yerimas of this world. They are the next chief of army staff, next chief of defense staff, what have you. And, the whole North will stop at nothing to protect them. That is what it is. And if you watch that video closely, there was a time they wanted to challenge the military, and that would have degenerated into something potentially catastrophic. When the DSS people and so wanted to, and these guys probably would have, released fire, and we know what will happen. Your guess is as good as mine. So, the country that you call Nigeria, unfortunately, is a country that cannot work. The structure is highly defective, and the people that are still deceiving people mischievously, saying that Nigeria is a great country, that we've got so people all over the world, we've got so and so in US, we've got so and so, all lies and childish, ridiculous deceit. It's not going to work. The only solution to that contraption called Nigeria is for people to come to the table. And what the United States are even trying to do, I think, is to make it a very peaceful one. Because if we allow what's happening in Nigeria now to continue, if it continues like this, it might even be a very, very bloody revolution that will break it into pieces. But if they come together peacefully now to say, oh boy, what do you want? How do we go? Is it a confederation? Is it people going this way or that way? And make it very peaceful, share the assets and share the liabilities. That will be a very, very insane way of sorting the Nigerian problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Let's go to John Abba.
Rudy, my preferred solution is all Nigerian to bear firearm. That's what I've been advocating for. Because when it comes to trigger, except you miss it, if not the first person that pulled the trigger aim well, Nigeria will be very peaceful and will accomplish whatever we want to. But the sense where people like Agboro, like Wike, we get men and women of uniform to carry gun. He's reckless already. And now you have other people who their head is upside down to be carrying firearm, and the citizens are helpless. Do you think if all the Nigerians are allowed to carry firearm, do you think the judge will be talking all this talk? Do you think general will be talking like that? Do you think politician will be talking like that? So it's not that difficult. But when they strip us of not carrying firearm, that's when they make us like a woman. So Nigeria could have worked perfectly if all of us are allowed to bear arms. So we can start Nigerian all over. It's going to be bloody, but we have a better Nigerian that work for all Nigerians. And this is not a joke. But the notions that we are going to live this life until political voting people to office will one day uh, uh, get to where we want to be as a nation. It's going to be difficult because the Western world have a plan for us and they already succeeded. The politicians have nothing to do with our emirs and all the traditional, let me call it traditional rulers or leaders, if you may. But now they go through the back channel. And since they know the politicians are in their pocket, now politicians have to appoint in some places traditional leaders or rulers, which is our culture that we enshrine the most, that keep us as a people. So once all those things, like now, the Oche of Idoma is a deeper life. The Ototifi is a deeper life. In those days when the even deeper life was a really deeper life, they say they say there's nothing between darkness and light, or nothing unbeliever have to do with believer. You can see how they come through the back door, destroying. Now they are having church in they are having church in Chidoma House, Deeper Life Church here and there. So our system is continue to water down, and I hope what Ube is having behind him is something else. I'm seeing a picture of. I think Nababa Tinubu and the other of their king of the other of their place. I don't know what he's trying to sell, but Obey is Obey. I'm with him all the way. The only thing is that he's always in holy. He's more in spirit than most of us here. So I'm with you, brother.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Let me say that those that are voting already, you can vote for your favorite person, and I hope our moderators can go through and tell us the winner at the end. All right, let's go to Show.
How do we trust the INEC chairman?
Show, you're next.
Right. Good evening, Rudolph, and to all the panelists and viewers and the chat gang. Salute you all. Love from Little Britain as always. Small but mighty. You know what we did. You people are still trying to get away from it. So don't underestimate us on this side with your big mansions in America. Let us come and take over, like Pansat will say. Right. So my rant is going to be, with Rudolph's permission, I'm going to play a video for a minute. It might be more ideal for your conversation tomorrow. So my rant, the 2 minutes, I'll play a 58-second video and I would speak for about a minute. Okay.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent country, what do? We kill them all? No. The Prophet says, the first thing you do is call them to Islam. If they refuse, then tell them Allah obliged upon you to pay taxation. In return, when enemy comes and attack your country, you don't fight. We Muslims protect you. Subhanallah, for this little money? Yes. And you enjoy sitting in your homes and in your country and live your life normally. But the ruling is for Sharia. So you do not open nightclubs, you do not fornicate. If they refuse, then we have to fight. And if we fight you, then we capture you, you become our slaves, and we take your land, and you take because you refuse. I give you two good options in the coming 40, 50 years when the Muslims become strong as they're supposed to be.
Right, so that video is not new. It's something I've seen, and I'm sure maybe a lot of people have seen it. I don't know that guy, but I've seen the video of him many times. What worries me is that despite the current temperature in Nigeria, there's Christian genocide, there's no Christian genocide. This guy is currently in Nigeria. He was invited by what you call the moderate Muslims, the younger guys. I've invited him to come and speak in Abuja and Lagos, and he's going to be speaking in Nigeria next week. They're selling tickets and people are falling over each other, finding ticket to go and listen to somebody who expresses such views. It might not represent all of Muslim, but the optics, when they're saying there's a Christian genocide in Nigeria, and there's a guy who is preaching this sort of message saying something, if you do this, when we become the majority in 40 years, we'll take this, we'll take that. If you don't agree after 2 chances, we'll take you out. I just think, what's our DSS doing? If things were relatively cool, it could sneak in and sneak out. Not that it makes it good, but for someone like this to be invited at this time to speak what to who? That's my rant.
All right, thank you. Sure, that's poignant, and we will. I hope. I will talk to you to get a video for tomorrow. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. Yanis.
Am I the only one that had a frozen screen when he was playing the video?
No, mine was good.
Oh yeah, mine was frozen. I didn't see it, but I know the video he's talking about. So Conor Ben and your boy tonight. Yeah.
I'm going with the same result as the first one. Yeah, or knockout. Yeah. I think knockout. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, actually, that was even good that Show brought up a video like that, because I'm going to piggyback on what Ngazika was saying, and it had to do with things of that nature, religious. So, Rudolph, first of all, you might be right about PBS when you asked me, are you sure? Because I went back to check, and it's looking like it's Paramount that is getting sold, not PBS. PBS is getting defunded and canceled. So it is Paramount. What I wanted to bring, John Abba. John Abba always espouses that Nigerians should start bearing firearms. John Abba, you're my guy. I really like you. But you have to remember there's a lot of untreated mental illness in Nigeria. The justice system doesn't work. And not to denigrate, but apparently the average IQ in Nigeria is 67. I don't think you want to put firearms in the hands of those kind of people. Now, there was something Ngazika said about hypocrisy. And I wanted to bring that up. And the reason I wanted to bring that up, before I even move on, I'll get to that finally. The reason I wanted to bring that up is that I knew that if it was the other way around, and it was Muslims that were on the receiving end, these videos would have been played on the Dr. Damages show over and over and over again. And which videos am I talking about? These were videos that actually took over the internet about 2 weeks ago. Another one that happened this week, of a social experiment a guy carried out in Nigeria about how wealthy people are treated in Islam and how they're treated in Christianity. And in that video, each church he went to, he dressed like he was poor, and they would kick him out. And then he'd go to the mosque and they'd welcome him, try to teach him how to cleanse himself. Someone else in the United States carried out the same social experiment this week, a lady. And this one engulfed the whole of, at least the American side of social media. She played a baby crying in the background, and then she called 30 religious houses, 29 Christian ones, and one Muslim one. And she acted as if her baby in the background wanted baby formula. And just like the Nigerian social experiment, the same thing happened. Every church she called would ask her the same thing. Do you preach here? Have you ever been here? Have you ever paid tithe? Have you ever donated? And the moment she said, no, we have no baby formula for you. She called the one Muslim church, the one Muslim mosque, and the guy called her. Well, one church agreed to send her, a small church. And then one Muslim mosque said, she says, I'm a Christian, I need baby formula for my baby. The guy said, okay, we don't have money here, but I'll give it to you out of my pocket. Same thing the small church said. So out of 30 religious homes, 28 declined. Out of 29 churches, one mosque agreed. I would expect that something like that we would play on here, especially how we seem to demonize the religious faith on here all the time. Again, show this is not a shot at you. I already had it written down. Right. So finally, I wanted to say to the brother, he said, oh, why is he bringing up Israel? Well, why are we bringing up Israel with regards to the Epstein files? The reason we're bringing up Israel with regards to the Epstein files, and I will never for the life of me understand why Nigerians go, or certain Nigerians go in a frenzy whenever they hear Israel. I would never understand it. The reason we bring it up in the United States, and why the United States brings it up, and I did state it, is because we know that the congressmen and the politicians and the businessmen, at least what we know now, this is circumstantial, but this is common sense just telling us this. When you put 1 and 1 together, it's equaling 2. Is that this was a foreign intelligence operation to blackmail influential people in the United States. And who does this foreign intelligence point to? The fingers are pointing to the Mossad. So if this is a Mossad operation, obviously it was done to influence American politicians to the advantage of Israel. So once this is revealed, once this Epstein file is revealed and exposed, then that hold, that blackmail, that advantage, that leverage that they have over American politicians will cease to exist. So for those, at least it was one person and another idiot in the comment saying, why did you bring up Israel? This is the reason. We want to wean ourselves away from foreign influence, and we want to take ourselves away from the advantage that the Mossad, especially Israel, has over American politicians.
All right, thank you to Niger's brain. Let's go to eccentric casts.
All right. Good. I'm going to talk about something totally different. I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence and, of course, universal income. First of all, I have a question for everyone. You don't need to answer it. Something for you to ponder, right? Christianity today, right? It's sustained by they kind of attach them. It's Christianity attached itself to capitalism, right? To sustain itself. So if we have a society like in the future where AI take over all the jobs, and the government has no other alternative but to give universal income. How would Christianity sustain itself, right? If everyone is getting paid, right, and people are not going to church to pray for wealth because you're getting paid, well, will people still go to church? All right, something for you to think about, right? Okay, so I have some ideas, right, that I was pondering about. Something that, if you're interested in it, just see how we can get it done. It's I call it Dads for STEM, right? It's to encourage, encourage parents to, push their kids to study STEM in Nigeria. You know what I mean? STEM related courses in Nigeria. It's called Dads for STEM, right? So if we can find a way to incentivize the parents that do that, and the focus will be parents from low income families, right? So Dads for STEM. So if the idea is that the dads will help the kids to solve their math problems, science problems, and study themselves, so they can help their kids to have interest in the sciences, right? In the STEM. Like I use myself as an example. My son, when he was little, right? He had a speech delay. So it just happened like suddenly, right? He wasn't out in the field, right? And he run away, and it was like, Dad, there's bee in the field. I told him, I was like, wow, this is interesting. Are you scared of bees? He's like, yeah, Dad, I'm scared of bees. I was like, well, guess what? 1/3 of our food is because of those little guys right there. He's like, wow, right? And that was it. Started asking me questions about everything, about trees, about stars in the sky, and I teach him about photosynthesis and the origins of how trees' ancestors like radiolarians, phytoplankton, created oxygen. I'm like, without the trees, you wouldn't be here, all that stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to go from there to talk about AIs, right? I have this theory. The theory is this. The planet Earth, right, has a lifeline, right? I mean, it has a lifespan, right? And the life of the planet isn't enough for it to create an intelligent life form that could reach level 1 civilization and cadaver scale, right? So what did the planet do? It took a shortcut. The shortcut it took was to create humans to create the next life form, right? And here's why. In order for you to explore space, space is pretty large. You cannot imagine how vast space is. We cannot, in order for you to explore the whole, even the light itself to explore, for light to go from one point in our solar, in our galaxy, right, to the next, it would take like millions of years, right? Now imagine humans, a biological life form exploring space. When you come back, the Earth might not even be alive, right? So if an AI, right, an artificial life form, which is a cloud, right? You know what I mean? That's way more intelligent than we are, like perhaps 100 times intelligent. And my prediction is like in the next 1,000 years, AI is going to become sentient, and it's going to become, like I said, 1,000 times more intelligent than we are. And that will be our way of exploring space, or the Earth's way of creating a life form that could explore space, right? Okay, in Nigeria, for instance, right? If the country does not focus on STEM and focus on the AI, which is the future right now, imagine if all countries develop the AI where the AI does all the work, and now you can't even go to school to teach Rudolph because AI is doing the teaching for you, and you're staying at home, and the government is sending you like $10,000 every month for you to pay your rent, eat your food, and travel on a boat. Right, go to, travel on anywhere you want to go in the world, right? And then Nigerians are still working, they're still hawking, fruits, while the rest of the world has moved on, has moved to the next paradigm, the paradigm of no work, right? Because remember, our curriculum is designed for you to work. So if you go to school and study accounting, you're studying accounting so you can work. Now imagine a curriculum that's designed. Just imagine that. A curriculum is designed for you not to work. What would that curriculum kind of look like, right? What would that look like? So I think we need to get in on this race as a country, right? On this AI race, on this STEM thing. And, encourage, we can play a role. That's why I come up with this Dads for STEM, You
All
know, we
right.
can. So yeah, that's what.
I sent
Yeah.
you a private message. You can check
Okay.
it out. And
Okay. Okay. All right.
all
Anyways,
right.
that's my right.
I agree. I agree. It's wonderful. It's a great idea. Ovie, you're next.
Sure, uncle. I think I need that. I need that. Thank you, because the argument I was presented for before earlier in the section froze my brain, man. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Especially from my own kingsman, Amorui. So that might be responsible for what you are saying, sure. But they say Soli ranted last week, theoretically trying to hold my generation and above responsible that they demand respect unnecessary, that respect is earned. And lo and behold, a couple of days later, that script that Soli presented before it was played out in Abuja before us. Thanks to the Gen Z, I think there is hope. I have a little bit of hope in that country if I look at what you guys are doing. But from me go up, I've lost it because imagine the Nigerian state say, okay, we won't let Biafra go. But we go tell una where una go put una state capital. We go tell una which kind of government una go run, how many food una go dey chop and all that. And you will see people, educated people will come and say, yes, they need them. Our people are corrupt. They're corrupt. They cannot lead themselves. They are foolish. They are stupid. Yes, they have to negotiate. That's what we'll be hearing, and I will not be surprised. History, they say, is the study of events, whether I would like it or not. If they want to study the history of Yahoo boys, Hush Puppy will stand out. Imagine before they arrest Hush Puppy, if they tell them and say, okay, the remaining money, I no go give you, but I'll give you on one condition. No, no banker for America and England again. They are incompetent. How will we feed the steal from now? They are corrupt. Their system is not up to. You must do one for Nigeria. Bank with Nigeria and spending money in Nigeria. Because that's what I was hearing when people are trying to make case for the European that came, that rape, kill, destroy, stole our valuables. Muku sit down, they negotiate with them. But they keep on. Let's see how long. You are becoming tired of explaining to people how they get down. They can't anymore. I mean, Dr. Damage, you live in New York. You see the organic development of how those populations are. Not be everything you go just tell them, they act. And if you cannot explain, you begin to tell us, those people were animals, were monkeys. That's why we have to do that. We will not know say not lie. The younger generation, thanks to AI and the rest of technology, they just tell them anyhow things. So it's becoming difficult for them to keep it. But my people say, make we go there, negotiate, because it will be thief. Something when we build, we no buy them, but they say we no fit keep up. I just couldn't believe it. But again, just to finish with this quote, right? It's saying when you control a man's thinking, you do not have to worry about his action. You do not have to tell him not to stand here or go yonder. He will find his proper place and he will stay in it. You do not need to send him to the back door. He will go without being told. In fact, if there is no back door, he will cut one for a special benefit. His education make it necessary.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Paul, you are next. And I'm missing if I missed you, I know that Kene is here, Comrade Mori and Soli. If anybody is here that I hasn't, okay, Mazafar. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Ovie, talking about that narrative, I think I want to speak more about my wife now that you said that narrative. Any good thing that come to the family, my wife will say she prayed and God answered. When any other thing that goes contrary, she don't want to sin, then she will say, God's time is different from our own time. And every other thing. This is how funny how we do things in our part of our world. But however, talking about this Wike thing again, this man, I forgot his name now, says something which I really like a lot. When I lost my both parents, I lost my dad many years ago. Then I lost my mom some 4 years ago. My mom cajoled all these church people all in my father's property. 2 pastors were living in our house. One had not paid rent for 5 years. One had not paid rent for 4 years. I am the second son. When they started sharing property, I choose those 2 property as my own inheritance. I choose those 2 property as my own. I give them emergency notice. You understand? That's how bad I can feel. One of them, father, is the first child, have property in the same neighborhood, but is living in my father's property. My father's property just look like property that is cursed, that stranger will hit our inheritance. That's how bad I felt and everything. But guess what? There is process. It still take me process. One of them, I told him, I said, I will go all out for you. But however, I can give you 6 months rent so that you quit. I'm paying you 6 months emergency notice so that you quit. Otherwise, if not, I will not make you have peace of mind. But there is process. I can't just stand up and just kick him out, pull the roof off the property and let him go. I still follow the process, even with all my emotions. So when somebody comes to say, oh, he's the governor of the state, he is the FCT minister and everything, that won't stop you not to follow the process. You understand? From what he talked about the Santos things and the likes, that says the Santos own the property. John Abba make my case very well. You understand? If the Santos own the property, which means the Nava chief bought this land from Santos, whatever, and which means if you have anything, even if you want to revoke the land, you still go to write Santos. You're still going to follow process. 2015 or thereabout, I moved down to Arizona. When I moved down to Arizona, where I stayed a little bit and I left there, they want to change the pipes, the water pipes and everything. I'm talking about 2015. My family have not even joined me, only me, myself, just to come understand. It affects the people there. Rent was like $800 for 2-bedroom apartment. Doctor, they give everybody $9,000 because of the inconveniences. Tenant, if you want to leave that place, $9,000. That's a decade ago, about August of 2015. Everybody, I don't even know how much they give the landlord that tenant will quit. Nobody want to live around that place because of the traffic and everything. This is how process work. The government have power to do whatever thing they want to do. But who are their subjects? It is the human being. You must protect them. We can't continue like this. I see how they destroy Lagos Badagry Expressway when government say they want to put those rails there. You don't just abuse people like that. There is a process. You understand? The executive helped the states to carry out the law, but you first need to go to the judiciary. Then they use the police to enforce the law. We know the police still work under the executive arm. But when the judge passes judgment, then the police help to enforce the law. You've not even gone through that process. They fired me in my place of work once. I understand. If HR will fire me, I cannot refuse and let the director or the owner of the company come outside to talk to me. HR will just send security. They write me a paper. And that paper that they write me, they also have a copy in my file. So if I go somewhere else again, they'll still confirm through that copy. You don't just stand up and take order. You want to go inspect a lawyer. A lawyer said they abuse his own boys and everything. They abuse your own boy. You cannot sue. You understand? That's a criminal now. You understand? Landing is a civil case. You cannot go to court. You just took a bulldozer and you are going there straight. Even from your own word again, you say you make calls. You make call. You don't even want the call to take his own course. You just want to go enforce it. You cannot run a nation like this. You understand? They still respect people. People have problem with their dentists, whatever. And these are part of our world. They go to jail for 3 months to go get free health insurance. You understand? That's how they also understand their right in jail. They still do laundering for them. People get all this type of thing. How do we run a nation like this? And somebody will say, oh, the governor is the governor of the land. How come a tenant will stay in my house, we'll quit them, we'll go to court and court and court? When we live in Lagos, you see certain tribes will say, no, I don't want to rent property for these people. You see certain people who say they don't want to rent property for these people. You see some Yoruba people who would never give their property to a Yoruba man because they say Yoruba man will save money not to pay rent for 2 years and use that money to go build his own property. You understand? A Yoruba will not want to give a Yoruba house to rent. because they do those type of things. That's how funny, that's how far people can go. You see the same thing to the Igbos and every other thing. Do you know why there's a process? That's why somebody will not pay rent for years. Then you just tell me that the governor, if I own the property and you're staying in my property, how come I just can't just go break the roof or whatever? I'll just call carpenter, break your door and kick you out because the property is my property. It does not work like that. It does not work like that. Same thing to the governor, same thing. You see what the governor is doing with Lagos, the Igbo people in Lagos. Let's not set a precedent that don't makes no sense.
All right.
At all. Thank you.
Paul, thank you. We really have to cut it short to 4 minutes. I know everybody will have a lot to say, and but we have to round up. It's over 4 hours. Mazopara, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. We have to be very careful about legacy media, all this media. For example, during or the early years of or early months of Russia-Ukraine war, Nord Stream pipeline was blown, and you saw everywhere Russia blew up this thing. At the end, after many years, it was not Russia, it was Ukrainians that blew up the pipe, because they did it because the former German chancellor refused to supply weapons to Ukraine. So they had to blow up because it was a project between German government and Russia government. But the breaking news was Russia blew up these things. We have to be very careful. Even this Epstein or what they call it file, we have to be very careful because media has destroyed a lot of lives. BBC, you see what is happening with BBC and Trump. They will did everything they want you to hear and push it out, and we'll be here discussing it. Nigerian media also, look at what they don't even cover anything. Somebody will stay in Lagos, will be, the media has no journalist or journalist in Castina, but they will be telling you how many people have been killed in Castina without pushing or sending their journalists over there. Media, we have to be very, very careful. They have destroyed a lot of. They have destroyed system. They have destroyed a lot of people. And then Show played something here. Actually, I wanted to send it to say that thing, but thank God he played that video here. Nigeria, we are insensitive of one another. We don't care about one another. There is a video trending right now. One pastor, Ayo, I think Ayo Dele, what he said about his fellow Igbo people. And this is a very prominent pastor that, one of the most famous pastor in Nigeria. Go and listen to what he's talking about Igbo people. And you ask yourself, is it the one Nigeria we are talking about? If you want to live in one Nigeria, why not we be one another, brothers keepers? Why not we accept each other? Why must we, cajole others? Why must we betray others? Why must we talk bad against others? When you listen to that pastor, that or prophet, when you listen to him, I'm telling you, your stomach will boil. You will throw away. You will your stomach will spoil what this man said about his fellow citizens. We have to be very careful. Finally, somebody was talking about Mexico, the president of Mexico. As we speak, there is a protest going on in Mexico. They're even accusing that lady of involved in killing of the mayor of one of the mayor of the cities over there. They're even accusing her of working with drug cartels. All these people are corrupt. Whether we are here, where I live in Germany, whether in the UK, if you look at what is happening in the UK today, even you guys who are living in America, you are even safe. Do you know how many Nigerians are now waiting for deportation in the UK? You guys, you don't know what is happening in Europe. You guys are even safe. than we people that are living here. Those who have no residence or their residence is shaky. Go to you can see how many of them they are trying to deport to Nigeria or waiting deportation, even in Germany here. Thank you, Baba.
All right, thank you so much. And okay, right. Let's go to Kene. Kene, you're next. I really want us to get. Kene, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good to be here again. I was very late, but I just have to, because sometimes you hear some certain things and you can't just have it other than to sign it. But this is it. We have you guys are talking about Epstein's file, all that. See, this guy went to jail. He died in jail. And after his death, a Democrat, Biden, was the president. He refused to release the file. And none of you, ranted and asked Biden to release the file. Now your enemy, your arch enemy, which is Trump, is in power. You started shouting again just to distract us. See, I know Democrats for one thing. They know how to distract democracy. They know how to distract the people. But it's unfortunate that these people don't know how to embrace failure, work on their failures, and try to work hard next time in order to win election. Once they lost, they don't mind burning down the country just for their selfish gain. And this is what is going on right now. Distractions left, right, and center. You see, that is all I have to say on this Epstein's file. They missed the opportunity to release the file. They should just keep quiet. Now, we had a FCT minister. These people are used to want something. They're used to land grabbing. The Constitution has given them the right to grab lands that are not theirs and share it among their friends and families, right? The idea that the government or the state has 100% ownership of land is one thing that I can't just imagine how and who created that law in Nigeria. And I made a little research. I found out that it was military guys, I think under Obasanjo, 1978. He abolished the freehold land ownership in Nigeria and enacted these useless laws that they have that one stupid illiterate will just come up and say that, oh, the state owns this land. They will grab your land without compensation, and then it becomes theirs. Like really, my ancestral land, you come and grab it, and it becomes yours because you are a state. Who born you? See, the thing is, we have two anomalies here. From the state, the land grabbers, and from the military, the soldiers, those that don't know their primary responsibilities. This boy was supposed to be a Navy officer, right? Navy officer is supposed to protect the land, from what they call it, maritime aggressions and whatever that comes through the sea, right? But they are on the street. They are totally turned to, they become, what they call it, megads, like security officers. They guard lands, they guard British, they guard some useless politicians. They even guard the wife of a politician, a soldier that is supposed to be in the sea, on the sea, or on the land, or in the air, protecting the land. But they are everywhere with guns like morons. So we have two anomalies. But see, I when I was watching that video, you know how you be watching a movie and you try to predict the next step. I was like, just give Wike a dirty slap now, just clear his doubts, threats, so that we'll have something to discuss. That a military officer slapped Wike. Do you understand? And that would have been a better discussion, but you didn't slap him. The guy just left without being manhandled. But that is it. That is what you have in a country like Nigeria, where the government are criminal land grabbers, the soldiers don't know their primary responsibilities, and everything is just Badaru. Now, lastly, our brother here, Shosho, shared a video of Islamic clerics calling for how, teaching you how they conquer countries and dominate. And I think we've had this kind of discussion one time here, and I told you that why you have peace in the countries like Saudi Arabia, all those Islamic countries, where you have some sort of peace in those countries, is because they have succeeded in conquering the land, killing the Christians, dominating everything. So there is no any other opposition that they will go after, and that is why you have some sort of peace in those areas. They have succeeded, and this is exactly what they are doing in Nigeria. Once they kill and dominate and take over, then you have peace in Nigeria. This religion is not a religion of peace, whether you like it or not. It is not a religion that you share with. It's not the kind of people, especially those that are immersed in that kind of mentality of dominating and conquering using takia. These are not the kind of people you associate with. But you can choose whatever you want to do. Associate with them, they will slay you and still come for your burial. These are the kind of people that we have. They are busy going from one media house to the other to counter what the US have taken time to study, made depth, an in-depth investigation. You come to a conclusion that there is a genocide against the Nigerian Christians. And these people, all they are after is to counter that move. Instead of protecting the land. Today, as we talk now, they are busy releasing fake videos from the Nigerian Navy. Oh, they strike terrorist camp. They are all lies, all deception. And we know these people. They are just taking videos and sharing up and down.
Kenny, thank you so much. All right. Sully, welcome.
Please, Dr. Damage, sorry, I don't know if you can please help me. My network is not stable. Let me just use 3 minutes so that I can yield the floor for you, please, before you kiss me out again. Please. Sully, please, brother Sully.
Okay.
My comrade.
All right. Comrade, go ahead.
Yeah. Dr. Damages, if there is anything, if impunity or lawlessness was a name, that thing should have been Wike. So seeing somebody like Wike telling a young girl, army officer, we cannot continue like this, beats me hollow. I was dumbfounded. I couldn't know. I was looking at the messenger. I was looking at who is talking. Is this Wike? The same Wike that allocated almost half of Port Harcourt land to himself before he went to Abuja. The same thing he did in Rivers is what he's repeating in Abuja. Don't get me wrong, this is not an attempt to support the military. I'm not preaching the military option. 2 wrongs cannot make it right. But the message is as important as the messenger. Look at who is preaching impunity. He's talking of impunity, lawlessness. Wike himself is impunity and lawlessness personified. If he has to change his name to lawlessness, this is the same man. DSS wanted to arrest somebody, one judge in Rivers. He mobilized at the middle of the night. He mobilized his thug and his security apparatus to go and stop DSS from arresting a suspect. Another thing he did, there was somebody Nune that was working, MD of NDDC. They wanted to get her arrested for one thing or the other, whether genuine arrest or not. He mobilized himself to go with guns and everything to go challenge police and the DSS. So he's the one preaching, talking about impunity, lawlessness. The same land, he would take one land from A and give it to himself, family, as a political associate. So I'm not even bothered about what they are doing to us. My concern here, the reason why I came for this rant, we are talking right now, it has become a debate because it's happening between 2 big men. This is what Nigerians go through every day. Look at what they did to them at Oworoshoki. You want to develop area, want to make an area an urban center without creating an alternative for the people. You just push them out. You go to people's house at the middle of the night while they are sleeping. You put bulldozers and destroy their homes without minding the casualties. We should be happy what happened that day. That gentleman, that officer, I don't know where I can be able to get in touch with him. I will give him a salute even when I'm not a military man. Though he stood his ground, he was courageous, he was still able to maintain his school. Other than that, there will have been casualties on both sides. Wike knew those people were there. As soon as he was told, his field workers reported to him, like, "What? Look at what was going there." He mobilized. Can you see the number of people a minister could mobilize within a twinkle of an eye? You see the number of security men. You see the number of DSS. You see the number of civilians and the errand boys, online urchins around one man. He mobilized to the side. He was ready for war. If that man did, if Yerima did not maintain his school, there will be casualties. Then why are we even talking about it? If it happens to the common Nigerian, the masses, it's a norm. We live with that every day. When do we begin to fight for ourselves? If it happens to our pastors and imam, we're ready to die for them. If it happens to our traditional rulers, we're ready to die for them. If it happens to our politicians, our political winners, who are making life miserable for us, we're ready to die for them. My question today, Dr. Damage, is to everybody on the panel. When do we begin to channel this same energy to fight for us as the citizens? When do we begin to fight for ourselves, fight for our rights, and to regain our land that has been captured? We complain every day. Enough of this wailing. Enough of this lamentation. When do we begin to rise up ourselves? If it happened to my brother in the village or my uncle in the village, who probably is not in the police, in the military, it will not be a subject of discussion. Enough of this nonsense. Most of these people don't even care about our existence. Why every day we die in their war? Can we begin to change our mentality? For my brother of you, don't push me too hard on this issue so that we will not watch our dirty linen in the market square. I don't want to go that route. When tradition and custom becomes abominable and unpalatable, I'm not part of that tradition. If you push me too hard, many people will know what we have. We speak the peace, and the people will not respect your heritage. And I don't want to go that route. Be careful. I eat.
Beans is my favorite food. Bring it on. I'll go eat them.
Thank you so much, comrade. All right, Sully, you're next.
Yeah. So I might be wrong on what I'm saying because I didn't do too much research on it. Nothing happened, so I lost my interest. They were just shouting. As for the land, the soldier, I heard, is not supposed to be at that post, in the first place. Wike has given them some time to develop the land, and Wike kept on telling them that the land was sold to the other soldier as a scam and he should go to court. Obviously, Wike is saying that they should go to court because they know they own the court and they can delay the man till the ultimatum of developing your land is done. It's just trying to be smart. And the soldiers already know who they are dealing with because they've helped these people do a lot of criminal things. It's the same thing with the police. The police know all the criminalities of all the politicians because they are the ones that help them carry out this thing. This soldier that everybody is respecting, these people help them. Without the soldiers, they can't rig your election. These people help them rig the election. They will rather rig the election and be collecting small salary and be going to Lagos to go and do Okada man. They are trying to take all the Aboki's business in Lagos instead of protecting the country and protecting our votes. So I don't know why Nigerians are praising this guy. These guys, they are breaking the law. Wike too is breaking the law. And what happened there is just, when there's no law, you have chaos. So the lawlessness is affecting everybody. The soldiers know they will not get any justice. Wike knows he will not get any justice. That's why I was making phone call at the points and space. And Wike is a coward, just like most politicians. All these people that you people oppress, like your house girl, your gates man, these people have more courage than most of the politicians. But you guys don't know because you don't challenge them because you like oppressing weak people. But Wike saw the situation that, this shouting match, these Navy people, they are higher than the police. If they decide to execute all the police there, nothing will happen. Wike understands that, even the policemen, they understand. He saw that his policemen were scared. He could see it on their faces. He saw that my errant slaves that carry guns sometimes, they are scared though. Maybe me too, I should be scared. And that's why he backed off. And the people were celebrating. You are such a terrible person that a soldier is breaking a law and people are celebrating the soldier. They are so used to gambling with their life, but that's the job of a criminal. A criminal will always gamble with his life. So nothing excited me there. If Wike had pushed too much, those soldiers would have fired all of them and nothing happened, and that would have started the coup that they've avoided in the first place. They know that would have been what would start the coup, because those soldiers, they will not let up. Once they start firing and they know that it's the politician that is their target, and these people, you can see that these soldiers, they don't have any respect for the politicians. And they are looking down on the citizens, because the citizens too also are light. Without the citizens are light, the soldiers will not be doing all this nonsense. But when you talk about, oh, these are my orders, I hate when Nigerian soldiers say that thing. It's some bullshit. Because if they tell you to unalive your mother or your father, will you do it? They will not say, oh, but they will never tell us. But if they tell you, will you do it? It's just an excuse. When it's time to oppress the citizens, they know how to follow order. When it's time to disobey the law to their advantage, they know how to not follow order again. So all of them are just criminals fighting their battle, and Nigerians are choosing their champions of the criminal. Like I said, Nigeria will never change. Nigeria will never get better till every tribe is ready to bring out their criminals and say, okay, this man must go to jail. But as long as every tribe wants to, protect their own criminal, it's very sweet when I'm talking about what Yoruba people are doing. But the moment I talk about other people's tribe, they start getting defensive. That shows you that you are trauma bonded with your oppressor. It's not about emotional. You are trauma bonded. You are bonded to the trauma. You are bonded to the oppression, but you don't understand it and you don't notice it. And you don't know any better. You've known some of them have never experienced good government. The worst ones are the ones that have experienced good government, but they still want to act in their Nigerian nature. Immediately I see a Nigerian like that, I know that this kind of Nigerian, they don't hang out with other sets of people. They only hang out with Nigerians. Because when you hear the comfort in which they spew out nonsense, in the first world countries where they enjoy freedom, they enjoy their rights, and they still spew out Nigerian nonsense. That these people, they don't, because when you are hanging out with other people from other countries, that's when you start noticing some of the things that you say are stupid. Some of the things that you say don't make sense. But as long as you hang out with Nigerians, you continue to grow up the nonsense that you are used to. And you can see some of them in platforms. When you talk, especially those ones that have left Nigeria, when they talk and they still talk in such an oppressive manner, they hang out only with Nigerians because they feel comfortable there. They can never feel comfortable around people checking them on their stupidity. They only feel comfortable around Nigerians because that's when they can feel smart being stupid. So I don't have much to say.
Thank you. Let's go to Maska and hear you. You're muted, Maska.
All right, greetings to all, and thank you, Mr. Rudolph.
Thank you.
Thank you for the good work you keep doing week in, week out. We really appreciate you. And I would like to know the title Nobi people have bestowed on you so that we can be addressing you properly.
I don't like this your closeness to Nobi. It scares me. But anyway, we'll talk.
Number one, I like the name, and I think people are good people. I like people who are proud of who they really are. I mean, and you don't do it with an effrontery. You do it with some sort of, I don't know. Anyway, so let me know the title so that I can be addressing you properly.
All right.
And I also want to make a request that please let there be an audio version of a kiss that never was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll talk about the book when I get a publication date. I don't have a date yet.
Yeah, I'm pleading that there should be an audio version. Some of us now are too lazy and too
okay
to listen. Hopefully you'll be the narrator. I'm not here to rant. Actually, it's Mr. Eccentricast that actually I've been listening in the background, but Eccentricast made me to quickly join in, because when he was making his submission on AI, humanity, and the universe, I think either maybe my brain is too slow to comprehend, but I found it very, very interesting, a bit scary. I think it came to me as a bit unwieldy. So, Mr. Eccentricast, please, if you are listening, please, I want to get in touch so that you can personally school me in this area that I think probably generally we black people would want to ignore it and focus on more, what do I call it now? More fleshy things. We are not too good, I think, with the abstract issues. So please, Mr. Eccentric, as I'm sure if you can just find a way of contacting me, I really will appreciate it. And thank you once again, Mr. Rudolph. And once again, good evening, everybody. I yield at this point. Thank you.
All right, Masker, thank you. Masker, I reached out to him myself. I was interested in some of the things he said. So when I'm in touch with him, I'll let you know. Chim, you are next, and then finally AY. I want to rant too because I have something on my mind.
You're the chief ranter. Chief ranters are not supposed to rant. But before I go into what I want to rant about, if mine will pass or suffice as a rant, I think I'm liking this segment of ranting. Why didn't you think about it much earlier?
We were doing it before, actually. It was
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so what I want to talk about, because I didn't follow the script from the onset. So pardon me if it was something you addressed, but I wasn't part of it when you did that. It has to do with the news about the military personnel, the army lady who was decommissioned because she declined sexual and she had a 7-year-old child. In between when all of this was happening, she was thrown into a guard room, and then her son, her 7-year-old son or something like that, was without his mom. She was for almost a week or something. But this is where my rant is now when it comes to that. It's become a norm in our society, and when I mean society, I mean Nigeria back home, that people in high positions use their authorities to oppress and get away with impunity when it comes to people that feel they are above. This whole concept of "do you know who I am?" Do you know who I am is what Wike went to that place to go and do. So I just want us to pause and begin to reflect. Part of why our society is the way it is. I listened earlier and I heard somebody talking about when you guys were talking about Trump. Yes, if Trump is guilty of anything, for those who are calling me out, please, if Trump is guilty and they find him guilty and it requires and they get enough people to impeach him, they should go ahead and impeach him. But you know what? What are the lessons for us? The lessons are that those people live in societies where the rule of law works, where when somebody breaches any norms that are agreeable by that society, he or she will pay the penultimate price for it. But here we are in our own country where a young woman who is who's a soldier doing her job, and just because she wants to get in between her pants and she refuses to oblige you, then you are that mean enough to incarcerate her when you know she has a child. Now she has worked for about 17 or 18 years. You decommissioned her and she's going to lose her pension. So that's my rant. That's why I said I don't know if it passes for rant, because I don't know whether rant involves shouting. No. I didn't shout enough. I was quite composed when I was saying it. In fact, I'm trying to be as composed as Yerima.
All right.
But I just wanted to bring that to our attention. I think it's becoming easy. It was a headline news, and this is the second person in the Nigerian army that is going through this. Women, because she declined, sexual advances. I don't think it's right. I think by now Nigeria shouldn't be hearing such things happening in our country anymore.
All right, thank you so much, Chim. AY. Next.
Hey, Dr. Damages.
How you doing?
Good day.
Yeah.
Thank you for a good job today as well. I wanted to address what Dexter said, right? So last week we were having a discussion. The discussion was about how Nigeria is zoned into 6 geopolitical zones, right? So I tried to explain the cardinal point. I don't understand what Dexter could not understand by simple cardinal point, that you have the south, you have the north, you have the northeast, you have the northwest, you have the southeast, you have the southwest. I don't know what you don't understand there. So if you cannot understand what I was explaining, I think maybe you should have a friend that is a mathematician or a geographer, Let them explain it to you. But to me, it's very clear and it's apt. If your intention is to grab land in the South-South, that is why you still stand that there is no land, there is no, nothing like South-South. If that's your intention, accept that. But it was very clear to people that were watching. Actually, you accepted it, you agreed to it. I don't know why you come here online today to make noise about it again. Yeah, apart from that, the other thing I wanted to talk about is the Wike issue in Abuja. I think a lot of people have actually spoken well about Wike issue. Wike, I think he's playing with fire. He's doing way too much. He's doing way too much. To be honest, Nigeria, it is a shame when it comes to this land issue, like how people are going to acquire land. Somebody will just collect it. I call it Nigeria a pass my neighbor attitude. It will kill all of us. That is what you see happening, because if that guy was not a top military guy, they would just collect the land for nothing. They would just collect the land. They tell you to go to hell. And it's not that they're doing it for the society. They're basically doing it. They will collect the land, give it to their friend, give it to their family. That's what is happening. I think if he's not careful, I think even the president is going to get tired of him. They might just be pushed out. The pressure will be on the president that he can't keep him anymore. But however, I still believe that both him and the military guys, they were both wrong. I think we should try to have laws that work for evil common Nigeria, not only the powerful. So that is what you see going on. Thank you. Dessa, you can look into that again and understand, respect people's territory. You don't intrude on people's territory. This is kind of stuff that causes crisis in countries. So Nigeria is this geopolitical zone. It better you accept it like that, or you're going to have more crisis. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, AY. Let me just briefly rant on something that you guys know. I see the media as my constituency. Most of the time, people think I defend the media. What I actually think I'm doing is to bring spotlight on the media, make people understand the challenges, what their jobs are supposed to be, what they are doing right and what they're doing wrong. I felt, of course, my goal is not to come on public platforms to talk about the media and write about the media, but I feel that this one deserves to be put out there for so many reasons. And behind the scene, I've made some calls trying to understand what happened. And I'm talking about the issue of the story of Obiano, the governor of Anambra, former governor of Anambra State, that he died. That was published. Media all over the world, they make mistakes every now and then. But the one that is totally or almost unacceptable at this time and age is really the mistake about somebody dying. You know, the standard wherever you go, anywhere in the world, is that there should be two sources that will confirm a story, at least two, before you publish it. Credible sources. I'm not going to call somebody's nephew to say, did this person die? And if you're in the media, you have access to people. So if you can't get the person that supposedly died, you get the wife, you get the press secretary, there are people you can get. Let me say here that I didn't know what was going on. That was on Friday. I got a call from an editor that this story has been published. I want to confirm that Obiano died or no. And the editor knew that I could call few people, and I did call few people. I don't have the former governor's number. I called people that should know. And they told me, call this person. This person said, I don't know, but I can call. And this person said, I've been trying to call him. The phone is ringing. And within 30 minutes, we were able to confirm that he's alive. And that paper didn't publish that he died. So I felt, I'm disappointed that a paper that I was, in a way, kind of associated with in the past could do that. That is published that, because Because if and let me finish, that could publish that somebody died, even if you can't reach that person, there are people you can reach who will tell you whether it happened. I don't know him, I don't have his number, but I reached people who told me no, and they called him. I reached people who are close to him, like people who live in the same city where he is. But I think the problem now we have is that everybody wants to be the first to publish a story. That's it. It's not that they don't know the process. That's the first thing they teach you in the media. And then the other part of it is that the media in Nigeria, you guys consume the media, but maybe you don't know this. If you look online now, there are still people who have that story up because they copied it. They copied it when it was published. They copied it, they changed the name of the media house that published it and put their name, and it's the same story. Now the media house that published it found out that it was wrong and withdrew the story, deleted it, but their own is still hanging out there. We should do better. I will still give you back. I'll come back on this next week with a follow-up. I really was disappointed, and not just myself alone, and not just because I have anything to do with currently I don't have anything to do with the media, but I have people who still come to me when they see anything associated with Sahara. So something similar. Okay, let me leave for next week. Go ahead.
Yeah. Dr. Damages, thank you. I'm happy that this happened, and you have to understand that you have to let us know where you stand. See, I've been the one, not that I hate anyone, I don't hate anyone, but I just hate deception, any form of deception. I hate it with passion, right? And you've called the name of that media house, so let it not be like I centered on them. But one particular one that really, really touched me, and I think it should be a wake-up call to most of us, is Ben Bruce, the so-called senator that always wants to make common sense, but he has no common sense. He wrote that his friend died. He referred Obiano as his friend, and he showed concern. The regular Nigerian thing, they love you when you are gone. And I was like, this man, he claimed that Obiano is his friend. Did he actually try to make any call to verify this fake news? Right? And it's, see, AY. You see, that your friend, I'm talking to AY, that you always pally with. Know that he doesn't love you. The day
Who is your friend?
The day he hear any rumor of your death, he will be the first person to come and announce it here. So be careful the kind of people you keep around. But this is it. Fake news everywhere. Today it is BBC again with fake news. Now they're apologizing like confused media. And I trust my Trump. He said that the apology is rejected. He has to deal with them for once and for all.
Yes, so we don't agree. We don't agree.
All right. All right. Let me.
Don't mind Kenneth. Don't mind him.
Rudolph, let me just say something. I posted something on your private chat.
Okay.
I posted something in your private chat. Actually, 2 things, and I posted it on the chat for everybody to see. Actually, as I was sending it to you, I'm saying that in England, someone conducted the same kind of experiment a few hours ago, called a bunch of churches for aid, and they're getting rejected, getting yelled at, getting the phone slammed on them saying, do you think we're a food bank? But then they called the mosque. And the mosque is saying, each time, why are you telling us you're not Muslim? Just tell us what you need. And they're offering it to people. And I'm reiterating it, and I know it's pissing people off on this show because we tend to demonize Islam a lot. And we hate to see the good sides of it, and we hate to see the bad sides of Christianity, which we have to admit is very hypocritical, even with its followers. So I sent you the links. You can check them out if you want to play them on here. The other moderators would like to hide this kind of things all the time, even when you show them things like how Judaism is not related to Christianity and how it's related to Islam. Nigerians do get antsy at the truth. And it's about time, even if it makes them uncomfortable, we have to keep saying the truth, exposing the truth, and getting them out of that colonial mentality, which a lot of them seem to be stuck in, but refuse to admit that they're stuck in it.
All right, thank you. We don't have time. First of all, we'll have to watch the video before we play. There are also copyright issues, so we don't just play it. But I want to thank everybody that joined us today. We are behind, more than 2 hours behind. Can you mute if you're all right? We're more than 2 hours behind. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank those that supported us. Oriako, Top 8, thank you so much. Eccentricast, thank you. And AY, thank you. We appreciate you. This, believe it or not, this is how we are keeping the lights on. Without this, we will probably one day you'll come here, you won't see us. But thank you, everybody that are joining us. Those at home, thank you so much for supporting us. I know that forefathers, you must be waiting for the last 2 hours. One day we are going to be ending at 3 in 3 hours time. We will get there. I'm promising you. It can happen next year that we stay 5 hours when we schedule for 3 hours. But again, thank you everybody who joined us. Who won? Nobody's telling me who won the rant. I'm seeing Show as number 1, Dexter number 2, Paul and Omori.
No, Show is excluded. It's part of the.
Okay, so if Show is excluded, then
Tokwe has sold out. Tokwe is corrupt. Tokwe is the Mayfield of this.
It's not Tokwe that is. I don't know who put this together.
Tokwe's vote. AY bought Tokwe votes.
Maybe next time we will give a gift to the best person that ranted. Maybe that will encourage people to.
I think yours is the best. I think that just won the ranting.
Eccentric card was unique, so I really love this rant.
The damage is the INEC chairman. Now he's giving us.
There should be a gift for the best person. But thank you, guys. Let me finally hear from Forefathers, and then we close. Forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. Sorry, I came late. I was just trying to prepare for the next one, so it's not easy. Yeah, regarding what is happening in Nigeria, I saw the video of Wike, making a fool of himself. Clearly, he wasn't supposed to behave like that. But from the way he was talking, it seems like he was asking for documents. So even if it's the right thing to do, that is not where you do it. And the soldier is also following orders. I really wish a lot of Nigerian military learn how to follow the rules when he was giving the order. So you can't fault the soldier for following the order of his superior. And from that point of view, Wike is to be reprimanded because he's the minister. He's supposed to know better than just to be shouting at somebody at the gate of a premises like that. That is on Nigeria. Regarding the issue of this Christian pastor that is talking about genocide, and I don't understand why our own leaders haven't been managed to be able to talk to these people and try to understand what is going on. And before he got to the point where he comes out and starts shouting like that, for all we know, maybe he's put up to it, we don't know. The truth is going to come out in time. But our leaders, they have not done very well for themselves. Like I said, one of my litmus tests for this government in terms of national cohesion and whether they are being biased or not, if somebody like Abike Dabere is still in office after what she did, no apologies, no nothing, yeah, we have a serious, deep problem in this country. Because if your leader doesn't see that as a problem, to send somebody flying out of their office in a diverse nation like Nigeria, then we have a big problem, and that problem is going to show itself again during 2027, this election. In the context of the world, politics, it's beginning to emerge the reasons why our leaders are not able to do what they need to do.
You didn't know it was that late?
Sorry, there's a bit of conversation going on. Yeah, it's beginning to emerge the reasons why our leaders are the way they are, why they are not able to do what they need to do for our nations. There are videos out there saying how sometimes they go to Washington and New York for UN. They are being threatened. These are people are being threatened, and it's even happening to American politicians. It turns out that Candice Owen is opening the nyash of all this nonsense going on around the world. That they are all threatening each other, blackmailing each other, not to do what they need to do for their people. It's not only the Americans are complaining. Americans, their healthcare, they have to pay a lot for their healthcare. They pay a lot for everything. And they invent most of all these things. The rest of the world even get cheaper prices. The people they fund have free healthcare, while Americans don't have free healthcare. It doesn't make sense. So a lot of people are complaining all around the world. It's not only Nigerians that are complaining about their leaders. The people that are controlling these people, when I was saying that these Europeans, when they want to take control of their country, they know how to. It's only us that don't know how to do it. They are going to take over control of their country back from those people that were controlling their nations. And this is why this Epstein file is going crazy. I don't know whether you have heard the latest one about Trump and Clinton. If that is anything remotely true, Trump is done. Forget it, it's done. The question is, where is this fire going to burn to? Where is the fire going to burn to? Is it going to burn all the way to Israel? Burn all the way to this is Democrats? There could be a revolution in America. I told you, when I was saying America is going to have a lot of problems, maybe that's why America wanted to attack Nigeria. I told you, one of the ways Trump is going to look for a way to get out of this is to start a war. But he can't seem to find a good war. He tried with Venezuela. That one is not going well. Venezuela leader is telling him, come and do deal with us. We are going to talk to you. Nigeria is an ally. Why would you go to attack Nigeria? It doesn't make sense. All his life, no American president has threatened to attack Nigeria. Suddenly, Trump wants to attack Nigeria. Why? Is it because Nigeria sided with Palestinians in the UN only? No, he's trying to distract people from all the issues. They try to stop this Epstein file from being released for months now. I think 50 days at least. They delayed a Democrat from being sworn into Congress because they don't want to release this file. This is a file that he came into office saying he was going to release, and suddenly he discovered that his name was there. He doesn't want to release it anymore. Watch this space. By this time next week, because they released 20,000 files, and information is beginning to dribble out already. Information is beginning to dribble out. They are talking about how Kanye West was talking about this years ago, saying that even black celebrities, black billionaires in America are not allowed to do certain things. They cage them. This is a cage many of us live in, but we don't see it. And that is why you don't see our people doing things that other people do take for granted. Why do you think you don't see that? Even in America, you don't see that. Why is it that a black man doesn't own a tech company? Americans own more than 100 tech companies. Not one black man owns a large, massive global tech company that we know of. Why is that the case? Not to mention 50 black African countries don't get anywhere. You have to open your eyes to the fact that these our leaders are being threatened. They are being bribed. Whatever they need to do to keep them in line. And that is why your country is the way it is. I'm sorry to tell you. It's not entirely in their control. And that's why anybody you elect in, including Labour MPs, this in House of Assembly members and senators, they go and start doing the same thing. Because when they go there, they discover that this one big parts them. They are all spared. None of them are capable of being leaders. I'm not even sure Nigeria have leaders. Maybe if Trump had attacked us, we'll create a leader by force. I'm sorry to say that's what it might take for Nigerians to have strong leaders. Because let me say this one as a passing shot. If you have a leader, if you have a kind of elite class, whereby if they misbehave, they are willing to take their own head off because they disappointed their own people, or they disappointed their own elite class. Imagine if those people give orders for something to be done and that is not done. Can you imagine how that nation is going to run? If you have leaders that are like that, do you think your leaders are like that? They are not. All of them is about their stomach and how many women they can carry and how many houses they can build overseas and their children, train their children. That's all they are about. They don't have that accountability culture. So how can they be able to control people? The people that control people are the people overseas. Those are the ones that are the true leaders that we have around the world. I don't think we have leaders right now. We will create them if the circumstances are right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Forefathers will run the next stream, which will start as soon as this one ends. Before we go, let me just play this for you guys as a final video, and I want to thank everybody who joined.
No, we are climbing 340. Yeah, but we need to reduce. Don't need select the so we are adding 280, descending now, flight level 150, request message will have to now we are descending. We are descending. Flight level 150. Heading. Go back. Check the speed. Maintain 250. 250 no. Yes. Don't need to yeah. Yeah, of course. That, which one? That face? Yeah,
My point exactly. These guys they are not leaders. They just bully Nigerians. Like they are not powerful people. They are all cowards when it comes down to it. They are not. I'm sorry, we don't have it. I'm sorry.
I never forget these days. As a Wike supporter, I never forget these days.
Can you imagine that? You know, you think we learn from history, we learn from what is going on. If a man went through this because he thought he was going to die, and then acted the way he acted this week,
imagine.
There's no connection to it. This is really terrible. People
imagine if foreigners threaten his life, he would be begging like this. And it's our leader. There are consequences. This is my point. We don't have leaders. They are not the class we have at the top. They are not brave people. They are not. They don't understand it because they were never. This is created in a crucible. That great leaders. They are not those types.
Forefathers, thank you for being on the show.
Heaven is the goal.
Forefathers, thank you for being on the show. 2 Nigerians, 1 brain cell. Thank you for being on the show. Mazopara, thank you. Ovie, thank you. Kenneth, thank you. Dexter, thank you so much. Ike, thank you. All the people that joined in the studio and those that watched at home on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow with Evangelist Ezekiel.
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Break little by little for you. Let me tell you one thing that you don't know, that this government did not know. I've been saying it too. Watch out ethnicity and religion crisis. Watch out ethnicity and religion crisis. Right? The Igbos, they are tired of this world called Nigeria. Hausa is not the problem, but the Igbos. Any Igbo can go against it. You can lambast me. You can insult me, it's not my business. It gives me courage. It gives me more glory and blessing. Your insult. Igbo, they are the problems of this country. They are desperate of power. They want to rule Nigeria at all costs. And I've not seen them ruling Nigeria, even in coming dispensation. Let them bring, when 10 trillion will be come out. Igbos, they are betrayal of themselves. Igbo cannot control Nigeria. Let's be realistic. Let's be honest with ourselves. But they don't understand. Instead of them to seek wisdom, they are flexing muscle. And that's not the answer. That's what Tinubu does not even know. Obasanjo, who is advocating for them, they are the one who spoil it. All these Obasanjo, Yakubu Gowon, who are they? Many of them. So Obasanjo wants to make an amendment now, when it's too late. Tell the Baba to go and sleep. We can't make any amendments. Igbo, there is an error at the beginning. A course is on you. If you don't reverse that course, Igbo, you can't be president of anything in Nigeria. Note and underline: wisdom, understanding, knowledge. That's all you need.